not really want to Ducat. All the drivers are basically in the position they need to be, except for some little exception for some network issues of some kind or some incidents. I still feel bad for the 112, for example. For they didn't deserve the 23rd. But more about an upper position. Golds is the world race trying to make as many places as possible, and every time they've been hit with some penalty or some incidents, and now they are finally free, except there is a BMW in front of them. There would have been even a Bentley, but they have been awarded, to say it in a way, a drive-through for track limit. I don't think each of them will get a drive-through in the world race. Mention of honor for Van Bunke in the 52. The 52 Ram Racing have made their personal best with a 56.9, so they are maybe back into the business. Goals here, 22 is very close. We'll see from the interior, but we'll see from the wing of the wrong car. You can see how close he's getting by. Right, or left, right. He's going to be right. It's inside for them, but I mean, you can see they are in the slipstream of the Aston in front of them. They are not giving up anything. In fact, it's going to be a position being made for the Aston-based team. Revolution Sim Racing is now in P12, just in front of Zayak in the 969. And it's a position for them. Clean overtake. And let me see. Maybe there is still some glimpse of another overtake going on. Passing by, I don't know. You can see how close he is. It's very, very quiet, the BMW, compared to the Aston Martin. Unfortunately, because the BMW will be the most popular car next year in GT World Challenge, because the VRT team is choosing, rightfully, because of some issues, to leave Audi. So now we will see this. I don't care if you're a BMW fan, I will say it. It's a boring sound. It's really a boring sound. That is way, way cooler. And unfortunately, VRT will leave Audi for BMW for the LMDH project. So now we'll see a whole bunch of BMW in the middle of the track in GT World Challenge. But that's how life works. For the Audi wanted to make another thing, because there is the Aston Martin maybe trying outside, because it's going to be the inside, but the car number 999 is going to take it outside anyway. It's a silver battle, this one. So effectively for position in class, and the 999 takes the position which was already there, but as good for the GOT Racing is going to get the first 6 position on Wawrzyk, who has also a 15-second penalty in his next pit stop. Szymanski, car number 1, overtaking the 5. They are really flying now, because in the beginning of the race they had a multiple kind of problems. Now the 48 is off! The 48 is off! The race anywhere is off! And it's calamity for them. We'll see exactly what happened from inside of the car. You can see here they go on the corner and somehow they lose everything from the car. We can see the void. We can see here the Szymanski made the place on Peter. So it's 16th position for the Honda team lineup. more than the one that already they had, because now Warren has lost several seconds, so the Race Anywhere Sim Sport is going to face some difficulties, because the 55, currently P2 in the silver class, really wants any position they can get. Zamora already getting rid of Doring. They will now get in fight with the Aston in front of them. It's not over yet for Peter. Hans Peter, the 5, really wants to get back the place they've lost. They wonder if... No, possibly no. Smoggy, 58.8, and I'm quite interested about it because everyone around them are actually on a very slow lap time. They are all lapping on a 56, 57, and they are the only team lapping 55, but them, because Troche in the sim racing, DC sim racing, clearly isn't where they need to be, where his team needs to be. In fact, Troche is about to overtake Holder in the 170 Cracked Racing Aston Martin, and next overtake will be even for the 420, possibly in their yes, the BMW makes the place quite easily. I've lost the overtake of Zamora on the Bentley, unfortunately. Oh wait, there's the Mercedes going places there. Okay, no, it was a back marker. So Zamora made the place on Varen, and Varen really is having some difficulties of some kind for some reasons. Ferraris are not good. Tell it to Dionysis or Jazbowski. 6th position overall for the 500 for the Forza Italia, and Dionysis with Crack Racing in 10th position. So the Ferrari are really giving everything they can for their performance. So not really, I don't really agree with your statement, although it may also vary on drivers. Varen here. Not having the best of the weekends, considering he has already lost several positions. I'm curious to see if Doring can make the place effectively. Or we can jump on big, because the 13 lineup is about to make a place on Jarzbowski. But I think here the triple way fight is a bit more convenient. You can see the Audi, we will see on the interior. No, passenger. You can see the Bentley being a mountain compared to the Audi. Front engine car, very stable, although it's a bit slow, or not slow, but you can't really push it as much as the other cars. In fact, you can see the Bentley a lot more in lower level series, because it's very easy to use. Same goes for the Lexus. Bentley and Lexus are possibly the best cars to start from, because they are stable, they are fast, they are reliable, and they go. As the time passes, you understand that there are other cars better. Also BMW is a good starter, but maybe mid-zone. In my opinion, you should start either with the Bentley or the Lexus, and then switch to BMW, Audi. No, the Audi no. BMW, Aston, Mclaren, and if you're really capable, you go for Audi and Ferrari, Honda, Porsche. Porsche definitely is the last tier, because it's so so difficult to stay behind it, and you really need to be able on setup and being able on your wheel to get the best out of it, because otherwise the Porsche is a bit pretty not boring but surely difficult car. You can see here the Lexus of Vieira, Pedro Vieira, going against Sinolter's Honda. I can't know physically who is in what what's the race lap. There are a whole bunch of cars here. So the Lexus is going to try, or maybe not. He really doesn't. Oh, hello. Hello. Currently we are with Marano on the 201. The one you are seeing is the one that will probably get over me in the box. Obviously, this means that my stint is over. I hope that each one of you had a good race. Sorry, mate, if I didn't see the message, but I have everything silenced. So I couldn't see. I don't know, I'm actually using the race control to see the... Oh, there is an overtake here, Marano going over Acorn. Acorn on the inside. Acorn inside trying to defend on Marano. Marano still trying to make as best as he can on the 201. Okay, let me turn off mine. Stop streaming. You can go with yours. Yeah, it's been sorry. It's been quite alright as a race, as a whole. It's been quite interesting, especially because it has been not full of incidents or anything, but maybe it has been very good to watch it in terms of overtaking. The overtakes were great, very clean altogether. A bit of information as a bit of big with an overtake. Oh, big is off! Big is off! 14 is off!
Oh,
Calamity
no.
for the British driver in the 500!
Where's Big gone?
Sorry if I if I introduced
Oh no!
you.
Oh no! That's perfectly fine. I'm failing at number 7. Well, they were P7. Yeah,
But
Simon
yeah,
Big.
there has been a spin in the right-hander, as many of them have been.
Yeah, not overly
Have been
surprised
involved.
as of yet.
But yeah, a little recap. There has been a couple of drivers that are actually top tier that have had some problems of some kind. Because, for example, you have the number 7. You can clearly see that his personal best is 44,
Yeah,
44.8.
Big's in the pits now, so he's definitely cut those tyres. So gonna
And there has been
go on for a sec.
some other couple of drivers that have some problems. So the ones to watch are actually the 112, because they've been involved in a crash with a Mercedes while they were into top 10. The car number 7, they are on a redemption arc from last place, considering they have some connection issues. And the car number 500 is actually the best Ferrari, and Ferrari is not very good, so it's also someone to watch during the race. So this
the 500 Forza Italia, returning for the 3rd season this time, and to be honest, even though the Ferrari is probably one of the weaker cars, especially given the new balance of power updates, they still make it work for them. They still make it work, and they still do have really good pace, although the Audi behind them may have something to say about that very shortly, because it does look like they are chasing them down at a rate of knots.
Okay. Either way, I think I will come back for the final hour to help you a bit.
Yeah, not a problem.
5 hours alone are...
Oh, yeah, trust me, I know exactly how you feel. I did that with Sparrow in the last season, and a couple of people just popped in and out during it, so I get you. Go and get a well-deserved rest.
Okay, well, for the chat, I hope I did a good commentary, and I hope you're all lucky. You will probably hear me again in the very final part of the race, and I will leave you with the good hands of Chinson.
Yeah, anyone returning for season 3 will know definitely who I am, and the multitude of topics that both me and a couple of the other lads do tend to cover when it's a little bit drier in terms of on-track action, although that doesn't seem to be the case. Yes, I absolutely agree there. Pacino, Christian's done an absolutely amazing job from the start, so yeah, we'll we will definitely see him possibly later on if he does want to jump back in for a bit, but obviously if not, then throughout the course of this season for the Endurance Championship.
Well, I will see. Maybe I will come back in the next rounds, even. It depends if I still have a voice, or it will be destroyed. But yeah, I will leave you with Jimson. I can't speak anymore.
There we go. There we go. And he's gone.
and I'm gone.
Five hours in, you've only just started to trip up. You do well, to be fair. Made it a lot longer than some of the other lads did. I can tell you that.
Thanks. Anyway, see you later, and good race for everyone else involved.
Yeah, so welcome back to season 3, guys. Well, if you're here just for the first time, then welcome. You obviously we've had Christian and Tetradrax in this morning. You've got myself, unfortunately. I do apologise. Also, do tell me how the audio levels are. If you guys think the game's ACC's too quiet, if I'm a little bit too loud. I've had a couple of tech mishaps with my other microphone recently, so I've switched to a backup, so I still need to I still need to figure that out. We are still on board with Paweł Jazabowski in the Forza Italia 500 Ferrari, because this does look like it's going to be a tasty race. Indeed. Especially with... we do know that the Forza Italia guys can definitely bring the pace when they need to. I'm going to keep an eye on race control as well. It looks like it's been a busy old day for the stewards. Quite a lot of action in there today. As 115 has gone step by step with the Ferrari, and we will see who comes out on top going into the next right-hander. As they come through, it's the Audi. Does he run a little bit wide enough? As the second Audi there shows exactly what you do when you run outside of the track limits. They may get a warning for that. Let's see if we can change camera set. Yes, we can. So yeah, that is Matteo Morano up into P5 currently as the Forza Italia. My apologies, that is Diego Carlino up into P6. It's my first time back with the all the broadcast car switching stuff, so do apologise. But yes, welcome back everybody. We're here for Season 3. We've got 4 rounds again this season. And they are... obviously we have 9 hours of Paul Ricard today. And I don't know where the others are. I don't know where there was a picture. I had a picture somewhere. I have it downloaded. 2 seconds. I do apologise about this. You can tell it. You can tell it's the first day back, isn't it? After quite a nice break actually. It was a nice break away from everything. Nothing really going on there. There we go. So we have 8 hours of Suzuka next month. That's going to be interesting. 10 hours on the Nürburgring in November, and then on the 3rd of December to round out Season 3, we have 7 hours of Indianapolis, one of the new tracks in ACC as part of the GT America pack. Not the biggest fan, I will be honest. Much prefer either Paul Ricard or Nürburgring, so it's a track I like, a track I don't like so much, a track I love, track I can take or leave. But yeah, so it does seem like it has been quite an interesting fight. Speaking of which, there is a gap of, it says 0.04. But I don't know if that is the 444 Audi. Again, I do apologise. I will apologise now if there are any teams who don't see their livery. I have installed it. And again, I do apologise if there are some that are missed out. I will have to have a look at that at a later day. So, this is our silver class leader so far. Glendy Dionysus for Correct Racing, plus 10 seconds for car 28 as the McLaren peels off into the pits. Which one was that? That's Oscar Merton in the Hexagon Nation McLaren. So I think they are serving a drive-through penalty. What did they get that for? I'm going to assume that was for track limits. As we just take a little bit of a look through the field. We are deep into the silver class there, and then we have the 96. 96, I do believe that is a McLaren. If I can find it on my screen, which I clearly cannot right now. Position are they? 33. There we are, Daniel Krebs. The 96 McLaren running very nicely. As we head back up, I think, is this our leading amateur? It is. Leading out is a Porsche. That's interesting. Especially going up against the Honda and a McLaren, two of probably the strongest cars at the moment, barring the BMW, which has monstrous power, to say the very least. Again, I do apologise about any issues with the audio. I do need to have a look and try and fix it. It did die on me, I think, last night before, so I haven't had... Do we still do Project Cars 2 leagues? I will have to have a look. I do believe it's something that AOR has done in the past. At the moment, I'm not 100% sure. I do know they have F1, I believe, Dirt Rally at the minute, or like Dirt Rally game, or like Dirt 4, Dirt 5, obviously ACC for the endurance, and a couple of others as well. If you visit the website, which should be in the description, it should show all of the current active leagues and what is coming up as well, which I should probably take a look at. Are there any control plays in here that I'm aware of? Everyone currently participating today is using a steering wheel and obviously some pedals to go alongside it. But yes, if there are any drivers who do want to discuss their race so far today, just pop into the AOR Discord, ready for interview any of those, and I will I'll pull you into the commentary box and we can have a nice little chat. But anyway, our leading AM is currently Mateusz Nietzsche in the Pass Sim Racing Porsche, going very well. The Porsche can be quite a strong car, but obviously as the fuel runs down you do lose the front end a bit. I do believe they have fixed that a little bit, but it is still something that does plague them a little bit. So let's have a look further down the field. So we have a little bit of a fight for P18 currently between James Warren in the number 48 Bentley and Tim Trockett in the 112 BMW. Now, both of these cars can eat curbs very, very well. Suspension is very good on them, and they are very planted indeed. Bentley, the victim of quite a vicious balance of power update a few updates ago, and it just hasn't been the same since. I have a few friends who used to race that religiously and have had to find alternate manufacturers, as it just doesn't cut the mustard anymore. Hey, our first mention of food within the first hour. We're doing well. So we've got just under 5 hours to go. 4 hours and 44 minutes to go. So this will start turning into a night race. Got quite a nice track, to be fair. Weather's quite nice as well in France today. But yeah. How is everybody in the chat doing? I hope we are all doing very well, and hope we are enjoying the race so far. I'm just keeping an eye. Oh, you naughty boy. What are you doing? So, for anyone that needs a reminder, if you're here for the first time, Bull is one of the guys who makes all of this happen. He basically commandeers, he basically crams us all into a chat to make sure we're going to be there, tells us off if we do something wrong, and basically just coordinates a lot of the events for the big enduros for AOR. But as much time as it is spending ACC and setting all of that up, chilling before another double stint. I don't mind double stints. I actually love doing them because about half an hour into a stint you really start getting into a groove, especially at a track like this, and if it's a car you really, really like. Spot the team, when PC gets fixed before first race pace. Oh, I hope your PC gets fixed very, very, very soon. And that is SPQR. There's a couple of cars in there running for SPQR. Yes, P5 and 7 respectively currently. The 201 and the 202 doing very, very well. There is only one car who is currently on a lap ahead. That is our race leader, as jumps into the pit lane to serve that drive-through, which I'm going to assume is for track limits. Last half hour of a double stint. Oh, you're doing this in VR. I salute you, sir. I could never do this in VR. Absolutely not. Purely for the fact my VR isn't really up to snuff anymore. But yeah, so we are looking quite nice. I do apologise if you do hear any rustling, because I will be having snacks throughout, just to keep myself running. But yeah, 2 BMWs running through. So we have us in the 999 for goat racing. They absolutely love using that. Could race in VR, not at this level, definitely. I have done it, but I would not do enduros. I've done like 20-minute sprint races, things like that, as the yellow BMW just flashes the Mclaren to let them know they are a faster car. That is the number 5 of Hans Peter. Just asking them to kind of step aside so that they can continue without any troubles. But yeah, looking through the field, not many on a pit strategy at the moment. Tell you what, who has the fastest lap of the race so far? I think, do we have a race for P3? Oh, we have a 203. Another SPQR car running today. So there's 3 of you. That is very nice. 2 Audis and a BMW. Of which I think has just overtaken. No. Okay. The 444 is coming into the pits. I think we might be on our next round of pit stops. So that does look like a full pit stop. I don't like I don't get this pit lane. So it does appear that they are ready to go into the box. I am planning to go to the 24 Hours of Spa next year, so we'll see how we get on with that. It's gonna be a lot of money. But yeah, so we do currently have a couple of fights knocking about. It looks like the number 8 car has just dropped a position as they come across the line, and indeed they have. The McLaren very, very strong, very pointy in the latter half of the lap, especially in that long right-hander. You come off the brakes and the car will just want to absolutely just it'll jump in. So you can lose the back end very, very easily, knowing from experience. Use 3 of you, and you're in the 201 from Suzuka. Oh, you're doing console sprint races. It will be a lot of fun. I mean, I probably wouldn't have recommended Suzuka for the first one to jump in, but yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of Suzuka. In general, to be honest, I didn't like it in F1, but that is F1. I'll leave that as it is. And then obviously we have well, Power Ricard's probably one of the easier ones, to be fair. Not really an easy one on the calendar this year, on this season. Power Ricard's probably the easiest one to do, because the rest of them are only have 2 at Paul Ricard. Oh my days! A 9-hour race with only 2 of you. I hope you are keeping each other entertained. Alton Park Endure. No. No. Get him out of here. No. I'm not the biggest fan of Alton Park. I could probably do Donington at a push. Silverstone's probably the easiest one to do an enduro on, because everyone knows Silverstone. Can get quite fun if you are challenging through Cox, Maggots, Beckett's Chapel. All that fun going into Stowe. But yeah. So the 13 is chasing down, I believe, is that a backmarked BMW? I don't know. I don't believe so. No, it's the 201, so they can hold station if they so wish. But obviously, if they're on an alternate strategy, what would we need? A Snetterton. I'm sorry, I disagree with you wholeheartedly. Snetterton should not be a track that can be raced on. It is absolutely awful. As we look at James Warren in the Bentley, possibly getting under a little bit of pressure from Rafael Dabal in the Honda NSX, the bullet in a straight line. No. I will, even though I am a mere commentator, I will speak to a few people at AOR to ensure that never happens. 24 hours of Snetterton, no. 1 hour of Snetterton is bad enough. We don't need 24 times the amount of that. Thank you very much. As 3 cars are now coming through turn 4, which is quite nice and flowing and lovely. Or is that turn 5? I should probably get a track map for the first time this season. Yes, that would probably help. No, I'd like turn numbers, please. No, just give me the picture. Give me the picture. Thank you. There we go. That is, I believe... Okay, I got it wrong. When do I not get things wrong during a stream? It's just... It would not be a stream with me if it wasn't... If I didn't get things wrong. No, so that was turn 6 and 7. Onto the Mistral. Straight. And then coming in to... Where are we? We're in turn 12. Yes, turn 12. Oh, that's the wrong one. Why is it giving me the wrong track map? I don't need all layouts. I need the layout that we're racing. This looks like it. Yes, that's fine. I'll use that. Please try to stay professional. I have some bad news for you. But yeah, been riding on with the 48 as that NSX goes off into the distance. Again, that NSX has quite a lot of power behind it. And I do believe, is the 969 in a bit of trouble behind? No, there are a couple of cars here and there. So we are trying to... Oh, Apple in the 444 drive through. And that will be for track limits. 1 hour... Oh god, I flooded Barcelona. I would rather not race Barcelona in the dry, let alone in the wet. So the 444, unfortunately getting a drive-through. Quite easy to get drive-throughs at Paul Ricard. You could step just a little bit too wide if you are pushing just a little bit harder than normal. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame because sometimes you do get into that. You do get into that groove. Something like that can just absolutely set you off. Not going for the drive through this lap, so they will have 2 laps left to complete that drive through, or you will get a penalty not assigned by race control but assigned by Assetto Corsa itself, which is perfectly acceptable, I think. Something that the stewards don't need to look at too harshly, because the track limits are there for a reason, to stop you doing near 300 kilometers an hour on the Mistral straights as they come through turn 6 and turn 7. Again, very easy to do track limits at those 2 corners, especially when you're pushing to catch the car ahead. And that is a familiar car to myself from last season, the 55, I do believe. It is the victorious Secret Car. A name I got wrong quite a few times last season, I will admit, as the 420 Mclaren is coming in for its pit stop. So yeah, I think we are coming up to a round of pit stops now, because the triple... Apologies, it's a little bit finicky at the moment. I've got a few cars listed on a few different laps. So, yeah, we do need to... I do need to have a look at that later as to why that happened. But yeah, I think the first season of Enduro we had 6 races. The second one we had 2, and second season we had 4, and this season we have 4 once more. So quite a nice split, nice little break. Gives us a nice opportunity to visit a few more tracks with just a little bit of a break if the drivers want to do any shorter series, as it were. But also, they will probably shout at me if I don't mention that obviously we are brought to you by Driver61 and SIMSOK, both of which can be found in the description of the stream today. And without their support, we would not be able to do nowhere near as much as we do. So a big thanks to them. I will quickly have a look as to what we do have with those. So apologies for that. So yeah, you get 25% off a consultation session, and you get a free coaching session when you use AOR Driver61 in there. And then SIMSOK, their details are below. So yeah, thank you to those for sponsoring the Enduro series. It would probably, I can say for guarantees, it would not be the same without your support. And that goes for you guys in the chat as well. As much as it is a Stewards and Drivers Affair, it would also not be what it is without you guys watching. So thank you very much, especially if you've been here for 5.5 hours. Please ensure you're keeping hydrated and you have plenty of snacks. Because that is something we do enjoy in the commentary box, so we will see. Let's have a little bit of a look up at the front again, as we do have the car currently holding the fastest lap, a 1:54.6 on the nose. We have crossed the half-hour mark. That is very correct. We're halfway mark, sorry. I've crossed the half-hour mark. We've crossed the halfway mark in this race, so there is still a lot to play for, and anything... It's alright, you can't type, I can hardly speak. I'm doing good. But yeah, we've got the number 3 Aston absolutely powering down the straight with the help of a BMW. So that is quite nice to see. Currently in second position, and then we have Guisep down at for the 203 SPQR currently leading the race. There's a few cars now on the lead lap, so there's not a car that's just vanished into the distance. That has happened in previous seasons. There are a couple of cars that just vanished, and never to be seen or heard from again until the checkered flag. But it's nice to see everyone is a little bit closer. Hopefully we can get a little bit more racing, as we do have the 127 in the pits, so yeah, we are coming to around that time. So it's pit stop o'clock for quite a few drivers. If you are new to Assetto Corsa Competizione, or you want to know why the drivers are changing every hour, or they are pitting every hour, you have a fuel tank that will only last roughly around an hour. Depending on the manufacturer, depends on how many litres. It is also track dependent as well, to limitations in the real life series. And you also have a stint timer of 65 minutes, so that is from when you leave the pit lane to when you enter it again for your next stop. You can change tyres if you want to, you don't have to. Car 3 is leading. They have just pitted. So the 203 is currently in the pits, so that means the number 3 Aston Martin is now leading the race as we approach 140 laps. They are currently on it is 70 minutes. They've changed it. Oh, that's actually quite interesting. That changes it up quite a lot. Especially around a track where you're doing around 2-minute lap times. Like 10 minutes is a big difference. I will make a comment, and one of the things I don't like about Paul Ricard is that pit exit. It's still quite horrible. They haven't they haven't removed any of the runoff to accommodate that, so they can come on safely. It's basically the fact of it throws you out on the racing line, which, yeah, I mean, every track can probably be improved in certain ways. It's just some of them, more personal opinion, but some of them are a little bit more obvious than others. As yeah, you can see where the majority of the cars are. Where they'll be going. You will notice a little bit of different lines from a few different drivers. It depends on the car, and it also depends on the driver as well, and how they are doing on fuel. Pit exit can be scary, yeah, especially if you especially if there's if there's a lead group coming down the pit straight. It is awful because you want to stay out of the way. Quite a lot as the 969 comes into the pits for its stop, the Simulation Esport Red BMW. I believe a returning team from last season as well. No, not for a pit stop, but for a drive-through penalty. An absolute killer, especially on a track like this, with a back straight as long as that, because then you get the cars going at top speed and it can be hard to catch them, and especially if you're pushing a little bit harder just to try and catch it, that's where the mistakes can start creeping in, and you may run a little bit wide, may clip a curb or two, may get a little bit of understeer, or the worst one, oversteer, and you spin your car. Again, it's not really one where you'd want to be doing too many trips through the pit lane. A little bit more than necessary. That was a really nice cut there from the Jean Lacey Esports Academy. That was very nicely done. I probably think that's about as fine as you can cut it before you get a warning. But obviously, here in the commentary booth, we don't get as much information as that. So we're going to have a little bit look down at the field, see where the battles are. I'm going to try and see if I can bring up the information on the game itself, just so I have a little bit more information on the a little bit more information on the time. It makes it a little bit easier and nicer for you guys to see, as we do have quite a nice train coming down the straight there. That's the camera I was looking for. I do like it when there is a little bit of a trail. So I'm just going to have a quick look just to try and again, just to try and figure out which buttons I need to press to bring up the deltas for you. Again, it makes it easier for me to see where the true battles are, and it can make it a little bit easier as well for that. So I do get deltas as well for their laps. I do think they are on a current stint best, but I do believe they have just started a new stint, so we are on the way through there as well. As that Audi, sorry, not Aston, goes very very wide. That's coming out of 4. That's coming out of 4 and 5, I think. Yeah, because it's going through 6 now. Keeping it nice and tight. Wide on the exit, get the power down. Little flick to the left. Cut that if you want. You run a little bit wide and onto the back straight you go. The enemy teammate just spun. Oh, which team? The 201, if I remember. So the 202 and the 203 are the Audis. 202 currently in the pits, possibly due to that spin. Doesn't look like there's any damage on the car, which is the good news. But obviously not ideal, as you obviously don't want to absolutely flat spot on 50p the tyres. Pit lane is very busy at the moment. There are a lot of cars currently in the pits, so it is definitely all change around. Now you can do a double stint. I've known people who have done a few other stints as another car enters the pit lane, the 55 Aston from Victoria's Secret. So I am just going to try something. There we go. That's the one I was missing. So yeah, there we go. So now we can see how they are in terms of their delta, which is obviously nice for everyone. So yeah, we do have quite a few cars currently in the pits at the moment. As you can see, all of them filing through from various positions. And that's where we are currently in the race. I do apologise if there is any flashing. That's just me going in and out of ACC just to adjust the settings. We have the 202 and the 28 currently in a little bit of a battle. The Audi does have a little bit more power on the straights. I do believe done a 6-hour enduro solo. I salute you. I could not do that. I've thought about it, but I've never pushed. I've never done that. As they come through the sharp right hand, sorry, and then in to the long right hand. The 202 goes up the inside, and do they make the move stick? The Ferrari still has the inside line. Audi later on the brakes try and get the line in. Ferrari's got that hooked up, but the Audi has the run, and they run a little bit wide, and the Ferrari keeps the position for now. However, I don't think that is going to I'm not sure if that will be just bear with me a second. That's a bit of management to do there. In the chat, so I will deal with that. Yeah, anyway, back to the racing. The 28 and the 202 keeping it very nice and tidy through the first couple of corners. 202 is looking on the outside, but the Ferrari already has it covered. Let's go to the helicopter to see how close they are. Quite tight lines from both drivers there. Audi possibly running a little bit wide and clipping the apex of 6 quite nicely. Ferrari's not taking as much curb through 7 as they come onto the back straight. Ferrari looks like it's just got a little bit of an edge in the first sector, and now that Audi is under threat from being, if I'm not mistaken, lapped by the NSX. That NSX is an absolute bullet in a straight line. It's having a couple of looks, getting a little bit of a slipstream. You can save a bit of fuel that way as well. In a race like this, saving fuel is quite a nice thing. The more fuel you save, the less you have to add at the stop, and it can save you a little bit more time. Both of them running a little bit wide, probably wider than they would like to. And then again, that Audi has come back in the straights with its superior top line speed. But again, the Ferrari is quite a pointy car, so it's definitely holding its own. And now the Ferrari on the back on the optimum line is definitely keeping tabs with that Audi. As I'm going to head back towards car 55, Dan Minton, another returning driver to the AOR Endurance Championship, currently chasing down the lead AM car, the number 8 Porsche. So it's Aston versus Porsche as they go down the Mistral Straight, heading up towards that very, very infamous right-hander. Interesting lines by both of them. Aston probably a little bit tidier through there. But again, Aston's just having a little bit of a look, and the Porsche holding station very, very well. Both of these cars are probably quite nicely matched. The only difference would be the weight distribution. Aston's probably got a little bit better advantage with it being a front engine car, and then obviously the Porsche has the engine in the middle of the car towards the rear as well, so it can get quite light. So they both come in. Aston takes possibly a little bit more curb there. But yeah, this fight is not over at all. As they come over the line to complete lap 142. Do we think we'll get to 300 laps by the end of the 9 hours? That is a question for you all. Might make that a poll, actually. Do you think we'll hit 300 laps? And then what about the lead car? Because lead car's on 145. So we'll see. But yeah, these two keeping each other in check very nicely. Keeping it very tidy as well. Aston going a little bit wider on the entry just to try and get a little bit more out of it on the exit. A little bit of a later apex. Goes a little bit wider for the entry. Absolutely storms the curb. And this, with the help of Slipstream, should be job done. Well, that Porsche is very good in a straight line, I will say that. As the Porsche sticks to its line and the Aston goes for the optimal line in there. Are they going to go too wide into the right-hander? I think they will be. No, Porsche backs out and the Aston goes a little bit wider, a little bit later into that right-hander. Keeps the car held well. And takes the position. So it's very well done from both drivers there, both from Dan Minton and from Matusz Nich. Very well controlled and very tidy as well, very sensible racing. Which is also what we like to see. Very sensible, but also very, very fun racing. Which is what we always try and do. I will make a note of another returning... another familiar name, Jay Fang, for J-Team in the Honda. I do believe they were in a Honda last time out as well. Yeah, so there's quite a few different Race Anywhere Sim Sports AOR, Milan Hack. I do believe this is another one that the either the moderation team or the admin team do partake in. I do believe it's the 48. I think in Season 2 or Season 1 it was a Porsche. I can't remember what they ran last season. But yeah, it's good to see them having fun. Because they do put a lot of work in. Like they do put a lot of work to make it what it is, and to try and make sure that everybody has a fun time, but also that that it's good racing as well. So I do believe they are coming up on the number 13 of Thomas Jack. I do believe that is the small PP car, and indeed it is. Now I'm expecting the Mclaren here to pull away. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to live delta, as the 48 does have a 10-second penalty. I will talk about that in a moment. So the Bentley is aided by the slipstream. The McLaren's normally really powerful on there, but it's not gaining as much as you think it would. And it is a car that's further up in the standings as well, so they don't have to yield the position. But anyway, more information on that 10-second for the 48. It is because of an incident involving cars 48 and 689 on lap 46. That was quite a while ago. So I do believe the stewards are still catching up there. So 10-second time penalty for car 48. 2 license points to boot as well. And yeah, they received that penalty for the stewards list as a moderate collision. So that will be served at their next stop. They don't have to serve it straight away. It's just a time penalty that they do have to serve as well in the stop. So it's going to be a little bit more of a painful stop for the 48 next time around. We have the 201 chasing down that kind of bumblebee looking Aston in the foreground. Let's go on board with that BMW, just having a look Nope, I'm not allowed to show that one. I'm trying to figure out which ones. Again, I do apologise. Oh, dive up into the long right-hander, and the BMW makes that stick. That is quite opportunistic and very, very well done. And we will have another penalty coming very soon as well. Does it affect a car currently running? Because I do know there have been a couple of retirements. The 689, so we'll certainly see a time penalty. There we go, of 10 seconds for causing a moderate collision on lap 34, and they get 2 license points as well. Not exactly what you really want on the first race is license points. The more license points you get, the more trouble you can get into, and I don't think we've had a race ban or a qualifying ban or anything like that. So that's nice to see that everyone does have incidents. There are a few things here and there that do happen. It is racing, so it can happen. It shouldn't, but yeah, especially in like the first hour or two, there does tend to be a little bit more trouble. The 22 following a Ferrari. That is following the 28 Ferrari. That has made leaps and bounds, that Ferrari. Against the, I believe it was going up against a BMW previously. But let's have a look. There's one of the ones I was looking for. So that is quite a nice gap. Who do they have behind them? They have 114, which they don't need to worry about. Or is the blue the blue flags for the Nissan. Which Nissan is that? I'm not sure. We'll surely find out soon enough, as these two are keeping each other very nicely done. Again, if there are any teams watching and your livery does not show up, I do apologise. I will have a look at this. I did install it this morning, so I will have a look to see if it is copied properly, and then obviously I'll try and load it onto the cars in the showroom. If it is missing, I'll try and redo them later. So there will be a 5-second time penalty for car number 63 coming very, very shortly, and that is for causing a minor collision with car 728 on lap 89. So we are getting through the laps now, not too far off of the laps we are currently on, which is roughly around the mid 140s. And they don't get any license points for that, as it was only a minor collision, so not too bad. Our race leader, the car number 3, is currently on lap 149. So we're approaching 150 laps with just over 4 hours to go. So I hope you have all been enjoying the race so far. We are definitely chugging through the hours now, and then there is a battle for P22, which is quite interesting. We're going to take a quick look down there at the, I believe it's between a Nissan and a Mclaren, and the Nissan has gone by. There are a couple of cars who are quite close to each other. And it is quite nice to see that it's quite nice to see the fields quite bunched up as well, because sometimes you can get a few lull periods, especially in like the longer races where nothing really happens between stints. But obviously at a track like Paul Ricard, you do have the opportunities of like a couple of the straights, and then obviously the third sector's a little bit different depending on which car you've got, so it can be quite nice. As the Aston is trying to catch that Ferrari. I think the slipstream's helping it a little bit, but it's not getting as much ground as they would probably like as we come into the sharp right-hander. I mean, not cutting the curb at all and running fairly wide on the exit there. So those three markers dictate where you must re-enter the track before you get into trouble for track limits. Nice and tight through there, nice and clean. And then we have the quite difficult left-hander. It's quite a difficult braking zone because you need to pick your braking zone and your turning. And that can be quite difficult to do, especially if you are racing another car or you're trying to catch another car, because you do want to try and get as much of an advantage as you can. Has the number 3 gone any faster so far? No. It is quite nice. The majority of the cars at the minute are circulating roughly around 155s, 156s. I think out of the top 10, they are in the mid to high 155s. So endurance that you love. Hello, Maldina Motorsport. So do you have a car running today? If so, what is your car number? But yeah, this is round 2 for the 22 and the 28. 22 is a lot closer this time. Are they going to make a move there? They are keeping it sensible and they are following the car through. Cut it a little bit, and yeah, not as wide this time, not as much of a rush to get back onto the track. Running a little bit wider just to try and get a tighter line through there. Get the power down and just try and keep up with that. That Ferrari is really good in the corners today. That is not just that one, the 500. They do seem to have the car. The 28 and the 500 do seem to have the cars very, very nicely set up. So that even though they do have a bit of a deficit on the straight, they're definitely clawing it back in at the corners. This Aston is keeping with the Ferrari, which is the important that you can keep with them, because the closer you are, if you keep it smooth following a car and you're using their slipstream, for one, you're saving fuel and they're using more, and two, it's up to them to not make a mistake. I mean, obviously you need to not make a mistake, but the pressure would be more on them to defend. So it is nice on that front as well. I mean, the gap at the front it's not the largest gap in the world, but it's obviously not the smallest. But that may change as we slowly tick through the hours. It does tend to pick up a little bit later on in the evenings, if I recall correctly from past seasons. It does tend to heat up a little bit. Just as the track cools down, you do have to adjust your tyres. Sometimes you can't get as much grip, but yeah, it's definitely something that I have noticed in previous seasons. Yeah, that Aston's keeping about half a second. Not any more, not any less. Just ticking around at about half a second to that Ferrari. So let's have a look further down the field as well. How are we doing? Everyone's circulating at the moment. Again, there's nothing overly ambitious going on at the moment. Just as they all settle into the stints. There will be some where their stints will be ending soon. Again, that is just due to the stint timer, but we will see who jumps in as and when. And another face, Adam DeBeal, now in that car. Their best so far is 155.2. that time is really satisfying because it is on the nose. I love it when you get like a time that's just perfect. I'm sure I'm not the only one. But yeah, I think the closest battle, I missed it. I don't believe I missed it. Damn it. So, the 22. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. Oh, oh, damn it. But yeah, so, the 22 Aston Martin now ahead of the 28 Ferrari. I shall see if we can go back later and have a look. I do know the instant replay hasn't been the best recently, but I will try and have a look later to see if it doesn't break anything. Michel Rizzo for the Virtual Drivers Lanes finishing up their pit stop. So they are about on the money for pit stops at the moment. We've had about 5 hours gone, so yeah, we are roughly around the time where it would be, where pit timers would be on the hour again. The 420 has a 10-second time penalty as well, and the 46, that was a bit close, wasn't it? The 46 has a drive-through, which I believe they are serving now. Let me just have a quick look at race control. And yeah, moderate collision with the 728 on lap 70, and they get 2 license points as well. So that's where that penalty is coming from. So this is your race leader, Mayor Dushku in the virtual racing team. Number 3, Aston Martin, running very nicely. Also got the fastest lap at the moment. I'm going to see how we stack up. We've stacked up from how we started today. So they've gone from 3rd place into 1st. I do believe the number 7 has had quite a torrid race with disconnection issues, which is not something you ever want to see in a race like this. They're currently running in 30th, so they are still going. That's the most important thing, especially if you have issues. The best thing is to just keep going because you never know what's going to happen. Then we have the 101, which has dropped significantly, so significantly I cannot see them in the top 10. The 102 doesn't look like it took the start, which is a bit of a shame. If the 101 is still running, I do apologise to the team. I'm just very blind, it seems. But we shall see. So yeah, this is your race leader, and 2nd place is the 444. It's quite a way back now. So they are just coming into the straight now, and our race leader is currently going through turn 6. Coming onto the back straight, so there is quite a distance there. I'll probably say that's about 30 to 40 seconds, which is quite a distance indeed. And then we have one of the SPQR cars, the 203, not too far back, and then the 201. Just coming into the final corner now, and then the 42 Aston Martin rounding out the top 5. As we head back down the field, the 112 and the number 8 are very, very close. In fact, they have switched places. I can see the Porsche just in the background there. So the Amcar still doing very well. Still leading the class by a significant portion, but obviously some of the I think some of the faster drivers for the sorry, I think they class it as AOR class it as bronze. I do apologise of the thing. I'm just going off the ratings for ACC at the moment. So yeah, the faster drivers for the pros may be in again. It's likely they would have taken the start just to try and get the best start you can and try and get the best out of the pinnacle of the track as you can. But obviously, it is now to a point where the track is decreasing in temperature. So anyone making their pit stops very soon, you will now also have to think about what pressures you will need to change. Because obviously, the cooler the track, the harder it is to keep your tyres in temperature and up to the right pressure. So what do? You pump the pressures up. You push them up. Because the higher the pressures at the start, the less you've got to lose in the long run, which is the main aim. The only question is, how much do you reduce them by? And everyone will have sheets and things like that, do calculations and find out exactly what temperatures they've got, the track conditions and the pressures as well. But obviously, communication with the driver in the seat in the car is absolutely critical, because they can tell you how the tyres are, how the warm-up's doing, how their pressures are. So were the pressures too high, were they too low, were they bang on? And then obviously as the temperature does drop, they can say, okay, we need to do this, this. So yeah, it is nice to check out, as we do have, I do believe, that is the 69 NSX. I almost said Civic. NSX of J-Fang being chased down by Attila Kode in the 420 Mclaren. So both of these cars are extraordinarily fast in a straight line. It would come down more to the corners for these two, I think. I do know Laguna Seca last season, the NSX was the leading car, and it just decided to get to the front and then just run off into the distance and just disappeared. It was even harder to spot when the sun went down. So we do have another report from the stewards, a little bit more recent now, as a couple of the cars coming to the pits once again. So instant evolving cars number 42 and 201 on lap 145. There's a 10-second time penalty coming for the 42 for causing a moderate collision, and 2 licence points on top. So, less than 4 hours to go. We still have around, I believe, 40 cars running. 48 cars. 48 cars still running in this 9 hours of Paul Ricard. Absolutely amazing. Because I do believe there was about 50 cars listed to take the start. Let me have a look at the grid sheet. There were a few that did have to pull out for certain reasons. But I think there was about 50-ish cars taking the start, which is nice to see. And we have, I believe that's Daniel Krebs coming into the pits currently, exiting the pits in the 96 McLaren, as that BMW came down at a rate of knots, as the McLaren exiting the pits, and the McLaren very sensibly letting them go at turn 1. The smartest thing, and also an Audi, is very, very close behind. And I will try and keep up with what cars they are. So the 127, let us go and have a look. How is the number 25 doing? Let me have a see where the number 25 is. Number 25, Thiago Castro in Castro Esports team, currently running in P34. So they are still, that's quite a nice livery, that. It reminds me a bit of Smarties. Back onto food again. But yeah, that's a very nice livery. So yeah, they're about 2 seconds behind the behind Takanashi in the number 17 Audi, but they are still running, which is the important thing here. And again, as well, if there is anything you would like to see, or if any of the teams do want to pop into the commentary box for a little chat, you are more than welcome. I am on my own for a while, so if you do want to keep this amateur British commentator company, even for a little bit, just see how your race is going. It's nice to hear from the teams, especially if they've had a horrid race and they are coming back, because you do hear like the motivation just come back in, and it is really nice to hear. As we do get a couple of cars now just coming across the line, quite a nice train. But yeah, as Jack comes into the pit, Thomas Jack, number 13. Yep, for that one. The 42 is in P5. That will sting. And I know that Alan Beale and the 500 crew will be looking at that and thinking that they do have a good opportunity here, especially to get into the top 5. As yeah, we do have a couple of switch arounds. That's either due to penalties or due to pit stops. Jump on board with Michelle Rizzo as they go up against the 969 BMW, and it is an all-out German fight. BMW versus Audi, and I think the Audi might just have it going into the fast right-hander. How wide do they run? Can they keep it clean? They have the move done, and that is the 115 up into 20. The BMW is fighting back, and there is contact! There is contact between the 969 and the 115. As I think the 969 was having a little bit of a look on the inside, but we will see what the stewards think of that. So a little bit of a tap. The Mclaren coming through as well, looking not to get caught up in that. So it is nice to see that didn't get a lot worse. McLaren had very quick reaction times, and that is always nice to see, especially at such an awkward corner as well, because you are focusing on where the apex is, and if something happens right in front, let's have a look at the number 8 then. The number 8 does have quite a nice livery. That's the thing that I will have to ask my my fellow commentators is their favourite livery of the season. Everyone has their personal favourites. We all admit all these liveries are absolutely fantastic. There are just some that do catch our eye, and it is personal preference. There was one that stood out. It was the only reason it stood out is it had on the back in Comic Sans. Graphic design is my passion, and we did find that particularly funny. So that is one of the reasons that did stick with us. Let's have a look. Let's catch up with the number 13 and the number 1 as they are very, very close. Victor Poe in the number 13 McLaren after that pit stop behind the number 1 NSX, which has an interesting livery to say the very least. I will leave it up to you guys to decide if you like it or not. That'll be someone's favourite, I know. I don't know who it'd be. I think Rage might like that one. I don't know. We'll have to see. I will ask in the chat. I will ask in our little commentators chat we have and see what liveries have stood out. But yeah, it is nice to highlight the liveries just because it is a painstaking process to get these picks all perfect. So to see them done very nicely it is always nice to see how like them fully done. Yeah, the McLaren going a little bit wide and running off of the going off of the throttle. That was a little bit wide there. By Victor in the number 13, so it's possibly lost a little bit of time to try and avoid a track limits violation on that one. But yeah, the McLaren can be quite pointy, but that NSX does seem to be pulling a bit of a gap at the moment. So we'll see how they both get on. The first sector is key to catching an opponent on the back straight, I think. It can make or break an overtake, because you do need it to be there. You do need to be right up against it. 1.1 seconds near the gap, so they have lost a fair chunk of time, and the number 13 will be wanting to claw that time back. Yeah, they're all about a second, if not more. A little bit of a fact here for you. The slipstream in ACC starts to take effect roughly around a second when you are about a second to the car ahead. A little bit like DRS in Formula 1. But obviously you don't get the letterbox in the rear wing. God, that'd make these things really fast. Could you imagine these with DRS? That'd be mental. Like, even the hypercars don't have it for the 24 hours of Le Mans. Even they don't have DRS. Could you imagine that? But no, they're keeping tabs with them. It's just the fact that they need to get into that. They do need to get into that rhythm. It's a new driver, fresh tyres though, so absolutely smoking them. At the moment, they will be punishing him a little bit, but it can be good to get the temperatures up. They are a lot closer than a second, I can tell you that. How close are they? Are they 0.4 like my broadcasting thing says? I wish there was more timing points. If I could add something for the broadcasters, it'd be more timing points on tracks like this. 0.391. That last lap was a 1:55.805. So they were over half a second quicker on a previous lap, which will be very good news for the crew of the 13. So I want to see how this plays out. They did have a little bit of a look on the inside, but you can get quite a nice line through there. Both of them taking quite conservative lines in there, cutting it nice and going through there nice and wide as well. McLaren keeping it a little bit tighter, getting a little bit of the curb, not too much, and then coming down the straight there. So as we go on board, which onboards am I allowed to use? Use that one, very focused. It reminds me of the stick, that, just because it's got the fully reflective visor, but that Honda has a bit of help. So that has the 666 ahead of it, which is just keeping it out of reach of the McLaren, but obviously they do now have to relinquish track position to let these two through. McLaren was a little bit tight there on the entry. That won't have helped the exit, but yeah, so you got to pick your point, and then there's not really a specific turn in for the corner, so it can be quite awkward. So getting into that groove is definitely something that you definitely need to do. The NSX not going anywhere near that apex. Just keeping it a little bit tight. It's about 0.3, yeah, 317.317. So, yeah, probably matching the. Keep trying. won't get anywhere. Ooh, very late on the brakes from the McLaren, but held it very, very well. McLaren doesn't have the best brakes, I will say that, and I do know that because the McLaren is my preferred race car. Again, going a little bit tighter, not cutting the curb as much as the NSX, but I don't think the NSX has any help this time to keep that McLaren at bay. Although, is that still pulling away? Is that NSX still pulling away? We will have to see. They're getting there, but they're just too far away. That NSX does have some good top-end speed. It really does. McLaren had a brilliant run through there, and the NSX is keeping a very conservative line. The McLaren goes down the inside, and the McLaren is through. It's 13 up now into P12. Very well done by both drivers. Very respectful and very clean. Which is something that has been an issue for not so much in AOR, but a few series recently. It's been it's known to have been a bit of an issue. Bad news for the crew of the 500. They have a 15-second time penalty and 2 license points for causing a moderate collision, and the number 8 receives a 10-second time penalty for causing a minor collision. And no license points for the number 8 for the 500. So that 10-second time penalty that the 42 had, they will be breathing a sigh of relief at that. And those were on lap 124 for the 500 and lap 149 for the number 8 respectively. So and we have another one coming hard and fast for the 666. So 666 has a 10-second time penalty. Yeah, so the 666, a 10-second time penalty and 2 license points for causing a moderate collision. It is nice that they have now put, like, the stewards are now putting the whether it's a moderate or minor, because it does give you a gauge of like what they how they have judged the how they've judged it, shall we say, which is, it's always nice to see. It is definitely nice to see that like how they're gauging everything, because then we might have some idea of what their decisions could be, but obviously it's only for us. It's for us to speculate, the stewards to enforce as much drama as we can. This NSX is not giving up. This NSX is sticking to the back of this McLaren. So these two have to be pinpoint accurate going through the coming laps to ensure that they keep the advantage in terms of the 13, and to try and get rid of that advantage for the number 1. Both keeping it very tidy and very neat, which again is nice to see, especially when these guys are going to be pushing to try and either break the gap or completely wipe it out and overtake. But here we go. NSX running fairly wide out of turn 7 onto the Mr. Straight. That will not have helped them at all. They are currently about half a second back. Yeah, there you go, 0.592. Yeah, I think that that exit at turn 7 did not help that NSX in any way, and the slipstreams only got them about 2/10 back on that McLaren. So it's definitely something that the driver of the number 1 Honda will be thinking about, and making sure he doesn't make that mistake again. It is quite easy to run fairly wide at turn 6 and 7. Again, especially if you are catching the car, because not only do you have a little bit of extra speed, you've got to be focused on the car in front to make sure that they, if there are any issues, you don't collide with them, but also you do have the dirty air, which will affect your aero setup quite a lot, and probably the most through turns 2 that we've just gone through, and turns 6 and 7, and then 8 at the end of the back straight. Those are probably the ones where the dirty air will affect you the most. And yeah, it is quite interesting to see a few penalties coming through now, but they are for I mean, I do know some commentators say rubbing is racing, but it shouldn't be. That McLaren is catching an Aston Martin that will have helped it against the NSX. Now 0.5, so not making any inroads. That Honda, as the Aston has to keep out of the way, and the NSX will have been compromised from that. Yeah, the Honda definitely will have been compromised through that, as the 42 comes into the pits, likely for a pit stop. It will have to serve that 10-second penalty before anything happens to the car. So that is something that, if you are a fan of Formula 1 and you do follow that, that is something that is a similar denomination in GT racing. So, speaking of, if you are new to GT racing and you've found this through recommendations on YouTube, first of all, welcome. This is AOR. Sometimes we do racing. We do racing quite a lot, I'll be honest. Yeah, do Formula 1 ACC, AC, I believe, sometimes every now and again, and then also from the Dirt franchise as well. So the difference between what we consider, what's considered the pinnacle of motorsport, obviously personal opinions aside, that's what they say. It is probably the highest, one of the highest skilled motorsports you can partake in. Obviously, if you do have the skill and the funding. But 42 is dropping down quite a way at the moment, but it does have a 10-second penalty, so that will be quite a hitter for that crew. But yeah, so you may see blue flags going around. If you get blue flags in Formula 1, you have 3 marshal posts to let the car behind by. You have to. That is the rule. Hard and fast rule. So you can see the stewards are waving blue flags for a few cars behind the number 13 as it gets a little bit loose. A little bit loose through there. A little bit on the aggression. Ambition over adhesion. As the 170 is chasing after the 969 as well, and there is another Aston Martin in the background as well, which is quite nice. So we'll keep an eye on this fight. So Formula 1, blue flags, 3 marshalling posts, have to let them by. If not, you draw the attention of the stewards. And again, personal opinions aside of the stewards in the world of Formula 1 currently, that is how the rules are set. So, in GT racing, if you get blue flags, that is a nice livery. I do like how they've done that. If you get blue flags, you do not have to let them by straight away. And what you will see is the case quite a few times in GT racing is they won't really let them by unless it's not a detriment to them. So any blue flags that do fly, which I think is the case for this crew actually. So who's behind them? This is a good pointer. So it's the 689. So we can find them. 689 are currently behind them, so they don't have to let them go. So the blue flags are not flying for that. That Mercedes has a lot of damage. That Mercedes has an incredible amount of damage. What on earth has happened there? Which Mercedes is that? I'm sure I will see them go into the pits as we keep an eye on that. It does seem they are pulling away a little bit. Can I pull away for a second or two? The 52 Mercedes for Ram Racing has had a torrid time. That is an immense amount of damage. That's either hit a wall or that's hit someone else. And the only way to find out if it's hit someone else is if someone else comes into the pits. Which I'm not seeing on my screen at the moment. So we'll have to see what's happened there. So we're back with the 969 and the 170, as the 170 is gaining on them. A rate of knots. That Aston is really good, and the BMW doesn't have any aerodynamic assistance, shall we say. So it is quite a challenge. Quite a wide line for the Aston Martin can give them the edge. They are right on the trumpet of that BMW right now, so it is very, very cautious. And that 969 is just enjoying a show. Like they're just having fun right now. they're just having fun. They're just watching this. If anything, they're gaining from the Aston Martin. They're just using, a little bit less fuel, a little bit more speed, try and get away from the car that is trying to chase them. But yeah, so normally what you'll find in GT racing or endurance racing is that blue flags, they will tend to let you by either when it's not a detriment or when it's a benefit. So if you're chasing someone and there's a car right behind you and you know that you will benefit a lot more from letting them go, then you will tend to find that they will move across and let them by. Now what that will be is it may be a slight lift, it may be lifting off early into a braking zone. Again, that can help you because you can hit the brakes a little bit later and try and carry a little bit more speed. But yeah, that's the main distinction between the two. You can see blue flags flying literally everywhere, and I'm not on about the ones in the crowd. As the track has kind of leveled out at 23 for now, it's dropped about 4 degrees, which is quite it is a significant amount. We do have a fair bit of wind as well. It does look like that 170 has dropped off a little bit, so that will be trying to recoup some pace back as we're going to switch to the 189, which I do believe is chasing down the 420 McLaren. I do love listening to these as they do go by. Again, that McLaren does have a lot of... It's very slippy. Like the Mercedes has a lot of grunt. It's got a lot of power under that 6 mile long bonnet. But the McLaren is just so slippery. Aerodynamically, it is hard to catch. Unless you're in another McLaren or something even faster, which it doesn't tend to be many cars faster than a McLaren in a straight line, especially if you set the aero a certain way, because I guarantee that rear wing will not be set high. Again, just to get that speed on the back straight. Although that Mercedes is keeping quite a tight line into the penultimate corner, and again through the final corner, very late onto the curbs there, so definitely trying to maximise the power out of the corner and sticking with the McLaren very, very nicely. As both cars have to avoid a McLaren exiting the pits, which is the that's the 96. The 96 that's just come out of the pits. And I do believe they're racing the Audi that's currently behind them as well, which is nice to see. Racing on exit. That is good to see, as we do pick up, I do believe we do have 2 fights going on in hopefully 1 frame, if I can keep it all under wraps, of course. So yeah, the Mercedes is a lot closer this time. 0.588 of a second, and the top speed will be a little bit better for the Mercedes, but I think the McLaren may still have the edge as we watch the McLaren Audi fighting in the background as well. Audi's pulling to the outside. We are quickly going to switch to the Audi. Looks like it is ahead of the McLaren, and indeed it is going into turn 8, running nice and wide. The McLaren keeping quite tight on the exit there, and the Mercedes making the dive into turn 9, and that is job done. So now the Mercedes can use its massive bonnet to get away from that McLaren. It does tend to be quite planted in the corners, especially high speed corners. It does have quite a nice ride through the high speed corners, and quite nice to point in through the low speed corners. It doesn't have really any issues when you let off the brakes and it goes in. So Dan Solo there getting up into P24, as all 4 of those cars have to avoid a couple of cars just exiting the pit lane, one of them taking to a little bit of the runoff just to try and keep out of the way. It's another Honda as well. That's quite nice. So yeah, quite a nice battle. Not giving up though, that McLaren. So let's go to the 96. As that Audi will be hoping that McLaren can help it get away from the one that is right behind it, and I think the one that's behind those is the 656. So the 666 Lexus, you get a 10-second time penalty and 2 license points for a moderate collision on lap 152. As that number 17 Audi is pulling out to try and get ahead of this McLaren, just to try and give it a little bit of a helping hand, but it is McLaren helping McLaren along, and the Audi slots in ahead of a car that is currently ahead of it as well. So that just shows you how much pace that Audi has at the minute. But that 96 McLaren is not out of the woods yet. A little bit of a wiggle halfway around the corner. And that 420 McLaren is keeping quite tight on the exit, as well as that Honda does come up. Speaking of Hondas, 729 Honda is in the pits for a drive-through, likely for track limits. Let me... Okay. So we're doing well. We're coming up on 3 hours now. That was quite a bumpy ride for the 96, as the 420 pulls into the pits for a pit stop. Does have that 10-second time penalty, so it will be quite a long stop for them. As again, we have a couple of cars filtering through pits, so it is roughly around that time in the race again. So let's check in with our top 10. So we have Yamadishku in the number 3, absolutely storming the race so far. And then we have, it's the 203 currently in the lead. That number 3 is not a race leader. I do apologise. I'm going to clean my glasses because I got that wrong. going to do a better job than that. That's a better job. As we get the 203 and another BMW coming up right behind the 77. I have some tissues behind me, so I'm going to use them to clean my glasses instead. Because otherwise I will get it completely wrong like I just have done. So the 203 BMW for SPQR is currently in the lead. That's a little bit of a lag spike, so I think a couple of drivers will be joining and leaving at the moment for driver swaps and pit stops. And all that fun business this is involved in endurance racing. So yeah, the 203 keeping it nice and tidy and going along nicely, I'd like to say, as a Mercedes runs a little bit wider than it probably would like to, and then tucks in behind our race leader just for a little bit of extra speed across the line. I think my glasses are finally clean. That's nice to know. We then have the... Ooh, that is only 5 seconds back. So, they have been catching and catching and catching. They have just completed a pit stop. It is now Leonardo Poco in the virtual racing team number 3, Aston Martin. So, and P3 is also in the pits as well. So the 444 goes through as well. So it is getting nice and it is getting a little bit bunched up at the front now. That traffic will not have helped the 203 at all, and will definitely not help the number 3 as they are soon to come upon it. So looking further back down the field, we still have the 202 in the top 10, I believe. So the 201, 202 and 203 are all in the top 10. So it is a very good day currently for SPQR. And then we have the number 3, the 444, the 500 for the Forza Italia esports team, again with that 15-second time penalty to serve in their pit stop. And then we have the 28 Ferrari, our leading silver car, the number 22 Aston Martin, and then the 991 BMW, as we are going to chuck back to the 969. Chasing down the 48 Bentley. That is quite a collection of cars coming through, and a couple of cars on exit as well. So that BMW will not want to see any of the cars behind it. He's only interested in the one in front. They're keeping it very tight. That other Beamer is having a look. It's the number 7. Are they a car ahead? They are not. They are a car that is behind P31, who is currently behind that BMW. That BMW, that 969, is running very wide, and the number 7 is going through as well. So not very nice for the 969 crew at the minute, dropping back from the number 48. And goes through as well the Aston Martin. I believe that's the 689 Aston Martin going through. It is. So not a good lap for the 969 crew at all, as they now have J Fang behind them in the 69 NSX. And I do believe that is... It is the 201 currently behind them as well. Does that BMW have problems? Because they have just let the 69 by as well. And then we have the 201 who is lapping them. Does that 969 have a problem? Quite possibly. And then there is also a 10-second penalty coming for the 729. Causing a minor collision. And there are 0 license points on record for that. So yeah, we do have quite a collection of cars stacking up, and I think it starts around with J Fang. Got the 969, who is that BMW is struggling quite a lot. Got the 201 currently behind them. So the 201 has pitted, and our race leader is once again the number 3. So I think it'll be battle of the strategies for these two, as to who has the better one. And then there is a battle, I believe, for P11. If we go on with Antonio Fedeli catching, I think again, the number 13 McLaren Victor O. Both of these cars are very, very powerful, and very, very nippy and pointy when you need them to be. So the balance is obviously different. Both of them taking quite conservative lines. Audi's probably a little bit wider, just to try and get on the power a little bit earlier if they can. Both of them nice and wide through 6 and then 7. Audi cuts a little bit more. McLaren runs a little bit wider, so nothing lost or gained there, but I think the Audi will have the legs on this one, because I do think this is the new 2022 Audi, like the Evo 2. Right, do I have the information on that? Does it tell me what car it is? I don't think it does. It does not. That's okay. So the McLaren keeps the position for now. Yeah, that 969 is going backwards. It's now being chased down by the 170 Aston Martin again. So a little bit of trouble for the crew of the 969 as they get overtaken by the 170. We are going to remain on board with this battle as the number 22 is into the pits, and Anton in the number 500 Ferrari is currently in 3rd place. Yet to serve a pit stop. We have the 991 also in the pits as well. We come through the final corner, both keeping it quite tight, nicely on the curbs, and then foot down and race to turn 1. I would say race to turn 1. They've been racing for nearly 6 hours, but you know, gotta keep it fresh. So yeah, nicely through turn 1, nice bit of curve through 2, and wide on the exit for the run to 3. And nicely through 3 into 4. And into 5 again. Audi's taking a little bit of a wider line just to try and preserve a little bit more speed. That McLaren, had a little bit of snap coming through 6, and that will give the Audi all the chance it needs to catch the McLaren and overtake, because that McLaren does not have anything in front to help it. The Audi does. As they do come down, the Audi leaving it very late to turn to the inside of that McLaren. As they do come down, the Audi takes the position into turn 8. So that little bit of extra speed and that mistake from the 13 gave the Audi all the chance it needed to move up a place. The 500 is in the pits and has served that 15-second time penalty, as well as the 28. The leading silver car is in the pits as well. So where is the 55? Dan Minton. So we have the... Let's have a look. So the 28 is currently at a standstill, which that is a lovely pit camera race. You see, thank you very much for that. We'll go to this one. Where is Dan Minton? 55 is in the 3rd sector. The 729. The 729 has stopped on track. I've clicked the wrong one. That is a very damaged and very stuck Honda. So I'm assuming they'll be waving yellows around there for the moment. You can see it in the top of the screen. There is a yellow flag as a 729 has come to a halt. So it will be interesting to see what has occurred there. There's a 10-second time penalty for this very car. There doesn't look to be any damage on the car from what I can see. If they've had a disconnection issue, unsure. So we'll have to try and pick up what has occurred there a little bit later. So Dan Minton is coming around the final corner. No, he is ahead of the 28 as that comes out of the pits now. So they're not too far behind. I do believe Dan Minton in that Aston Martin is still to pit as the 202 comes into the pits, as does the 112. So we are back to that point in the race where the majority of the leading cars are coming into the pits, with Daniel Giacomelli doing a very fine stint in that Audi, actually. That livery really works, especially when you have all the dirt, because then it just goes dark. It's quite nice. As the track temperature continues to drop and the sun starts to go behind the clouds as it starts to set as well. And there is that pit stop done, and away they go. Where are they going to come out? Are they going to come out in 5th or 6th? I think they're coming out in 6th as the 127 shoots by. And I think the number 13 has gone by as well. So, I think it's Jarzabowski. Have they beaten them out? I don't think they have. I think the 202 is in 9th. As in 8th. Where's Dan Minton? Dan Minton is in the pits. So, that 28 will sail on by and retake the silver lead and become the silver leading car once again. So 3 hours and 10 minutes to go. And it is hold station at the moment for the top 10. The final round of pit stops has been done for this hour, and we will wait until the next as we catch up with the 46. So I do believe is catching the Honda. 69 Honda for the J team. 46 for Rising Panda. So we will see how they get on. Again, 2 cars very, very fast in a straight line. So we will have to see who is the victor of this particular battle as it progresses through the race. They are keeping it quite nice and tidy, which is always nice to see. NSX going a little bit wider gives the McLaren a little bit of a chance of a look, but then it comes back across to close that door firmly shut. Yeah, that McLaren's had a little bit of a look as to what it can do, and now we'll see exactly what it can do. As I think, which one has pitted recently? I think the 46 is the most recent to pit. No, I'm incorrect, because Jay Fang was driving the 69. My apologies. As they do come down the main straight, coming into the penultimate corner, they were a little bit close to each other, and they are also chasing down the number 8 Porsche. So this is a 3-way battle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump on board with the centre car. Eddie Willspin currently in the NSX for J Team, as that McLaren does look to be getting ever closer. And the Honda seems to be very good on its brakes. Porsche's okay on its brakes. McLaren, it slows down. That's about as much. McLaren having a little bit of a twitch there, as that NSX has come up comfortably behind that Porsche, and I don't think there's going to be much of a challenge here. I think the driver knows that the driver of the 8 knows that it's it may be a battle that they can't win here. But they are still keeping their nose killing. They're still keeping their nose in it, and none of them are really going towards the racing line. Oh, was that contact, or was that a bit of a scare for the number 69 there? As they do keep it on track, which is very, very nicely done by both of them. as again the NSX does go a little bit wider, does give the other cars a little bit of an opportunity to maybe stick their nose in like the McLaren tried to do on the previous lap. The Porsche a lot later on the brakes, again keeping that distance quite nicely. This reminds me of cars, I'll be honest, just the three cars keeping equidistant to each other. You know, when they had the race at the end, it was quite nice. But it looks like that McLaren is very quickly catching that Porsche as well. So this is currently for second place in the AM standings, the bronze standings. I will need to have a look at how they're designated. And it does look like NSX has decided to just disappear into the distance a little bit, try and get itself a little bit of time. Number 13, just being given a drive-through penalty. So that is exceeding track limits once again, and I know exactly where they've done it because I know where they are. They're in the third sector, and it's on the exit of that really awkward left-hand turn. 729 has a 10-second time penalty coming their way. They don't get any license points, but they got the penalty for causing a minor collision with the 202. So that will be served at the next pit stop, which if it's just coming up, it'd be quite nice because then they can just get on with it. Porsche seem to pull away quite nicely from the McLaren, but that McLaren is hunting that Porsche down at a rate of knots. McLaren goes for the wide line. Both of them sticking at it. Little bit of contact. Nothing too serious. Maybe a little bit of paintwork. But very well held from the Porsche. That was very, very well done. McLaren getting a little bit loose on the exit of that long right-hander. And coming in through that awkward turn. Again, that's where the number 13 may have picked up that penalty. Unless is it the 55 actually that got that, or have they already served the drive-through? Yeah, that McLaren has backed off maybe a little bit, a lot of pace going into turn one there. So the Porsche is a lot slower coming into the first corners, so that has made up a bit of the time that the McLaren has lost in the final sector. Running a little bit wider into turn 4. And then again, both of them keeping quite a tight line. One thing I'm not understanding at the moment is why they're taking such a tight line. They can go a lot wider and get the power down a lot earlier. But obviously it's those guys that are racing, not me. So again, here we go. Round 2 of the McLaren versus the Porsche. Now once these get up to top speed, the McLaren will close that Porsche down as it is doing currently as we go on board with that McLaren, switching to the inside. Can they get the move done this time? Is it going to be too wide again? It is going to be too wide, but I think the McLaren just keeps the position there as the Porsche has a little bit of contact on the rear of that McLaren. Was a little bit close going into the braking zone, but I don't think there will have been any damage from that. So the 46 puts itself into second in class currently, with the number 14 Honda currently leading that particular group. The 920 of Donaldson is currently in the pit lane, so they are a little bit offset from the rest of the field. So let's catch up with how close our top 3 are. So our current race leader is coming down the back straight, halfway down the Mistral straight at the moment. The 63 has just spun by the looks of it. Let's see if we can find them, which of course I can't, because I wish there was a better tool for this. That was Zamfir Radu, my apologies. That is a crash. That has to be a collision. they've possibly dropped the throttle and ended up in the wall, although they probably should get off the racing line, as that is a large amount of damage to the front of that AMG Mercedes, and they will be straight in the pits to rectify that. Let's catch up with the 969 on how they are doing. I do believe they've just passed the 96, so they are up a place. So the 96 starting to struggle a little bit, I think, and I think they are fourth in class currently is the number 25 Ferrari in that quite nice livery, quite exuberant livery, goes through as well under those blue flags. So let's have a look. So again, where are we for a little bit further up? So we have Tobias Model trying to chase down Diego Carlino in the SPQR 202. We're about a second behind, but they are both doing really well. That number 8 just hanging onto the back of that 991 just to try and get a little bit more speed as best as it can. So cut across the timing line, we'll figure out exactly what the gap is. It's 1.4 seconds, so maybe dropping back a little bit. We will see how they get on. So yeah, we've still got El Poco in the number 3, 444 and the 201 for SPQR. Those are your top 3. We then have Fratelli in the 127 Audi, Jazowski in the 500 Ferrari, Golds in the 22 Aston, Hamling in the 28 Ferrari, Carlino SPQR currently running in 8th in the 202, Madeline in the 991 currently on your screen, and then Szymanski in the number 1 Honda. That rounds out your top 10 with 3 hours left of this race. 3 hours remaining. The drivers are going for 6 hours, and there are only 3 left to go. So we shall definitely see how we are getting on as well. The 115 is making inroads to the car in front as I try to find the 115. So they're making inroads onto the 55. The 420 still has a drive through to serve. That 420's dropped back quite a bit, if memory serves, and then the 42 has a 10-second time penalty still to serve. But again, they will likely serve that at the stop. So, Ortenzi is chasing down Josh Taylor in the 55. Yeah, both of these teams, I do recognise their names. Obviously, Victorious Secret in the 55. The 115, I do believe, was here last season as well. So yeah, making a few inroads. Both of them taking quite a nice line through there. Pretty much matching the line. And then, again, I think the Audi does have a little bit more grunt than the Aston Martin. So, it should catch up. I'm not expecting it to overtake on the back straight, but it should be able to make a dent into that 7 tenths, and you're probably about 3 tenths off at this point. There we go. 0.369, which is, again, that's quite a satisfying number. It's like 0.246 or 0.123. It is quite satisfying to see. So these two will be quite close, and they will be very, very ready for a battle. So the 55 just got to keep their head level. Josh Taylor just got to keep himself level, keep himself in the groove, and not pay any attention really to the 115. The more you pay attention to the car behind, the more likely you are to make a mistake, because you're concentrating on not making a mistake, which tends to have the opposite effect, which is an interesting anecdote, isn't it? As we do come across the line, are they having a look into turn 1? They are having a look into turn 1, but Aston Martin just has enough legs to keep it at has enough legs to keep it at arm's distance. That's my first unusual quote of the season, I think. I will kindly ask any of the other commentators watching your chat just to keep that out of memory, please. 4 tenths, exactly 4 tenths is the gap as they both come through turn 7 onto the back straight once again. Now I think the Audi may have the legs this time just to get past that Aston, but that Aston does have a little bit of help currently in the form of a McLaren. In fact, is that Audi dropping back? My apologies for that. Are they, or is it gaining? It is gained. It's gained about a tenth and a half. So as they come through, it is still the 55 ahead of the 115 as they now come back into that long right-hander. Both going quite wide and maximising the amount of power they can put down on the exit. Clipping the curbs a little bit, keeping the car nice and centred. And then the 115 just going maybe a little bit wider. Again, just try and keep a neater line. Not even touching, I think, just kissing the curbs with the tyres there. Staying well away from there. So they do have the pace to go. The 96 McLaren possibly had a little bit of a off there. I'm trying to recover a bit of a better lap time there, but we'll see where they end up. So 0.681. So that Aston Martin has definitely got away in the final sector, but that Audi is not going anywhere. Takes quite a tight line into 1 and through 2, and keeps it nice and planted out of that, running down into turn 3 and 4. And then through turn 5 and into 6. Again, keeping a similar line to each other, and then just again, nice and smooth for both of these drivers, and on to the back straight for round number 3. Does the Aston Martin have any assistance this time? It does not. So we'll see if the Audi has the legs to get past on this occasion. Definitely has the legs. Will they look to the inside as a Ferrari overtakes a McLaren? There's a lock on the inside. Are they going to go for the move? The Audi is ahead of the Aston Martin. That camera angle is really rubbish, ACC. What are you doing? So that 115 now up in 2P15. And the 660 having a drive-through and serving that drive-through at the moment. So let's have a little bit of a look further down grid. Sergei Skidinov, again a returning face to AOR Endurance Championship. As we do have Wozciak currently, I do believe, catching the Audi in front, the number 17. Again, Audi versus Aston. I think there's a recurring theme here today. As again, they come down to about half a second, so we'll see if the Aston has the legs to keep up. The Audi moving in. Oh, Audi swerving up, trying to break that toe, but the Aston's not having any of it. Staying very firmly in the toe. Aston doesn't have enough legs to get that move done, and it remains number 17 ahead of the 689. And then we do have a car ahead. That is very, very close. So they've made leaps and bounds in only a few corners. Having a look around the outside, not a usual place for overtaking, and that would probably be the reason why Aston Martin's still keeping a foot in it. We side by side into the penultimate corner. The Aston Martin's ahead, but the Audi has the inside line. Audi keeps the position, but will they go into the final corner? Still side by side. Aston Martin running a little bit wide. This is a drag race down to turn number 1. They are pretty much neck and neck. The Audi got a little bit more grunt under the bonnet. Going down towards turn 1. Can't move across. Has to be conservative. Looks like the Aston has backed off of that and saving it for another day. So that is very, very smart by both drivers. Very well controlled and very, very neat as well. So yeah, we now have the Aston Martin currently chasing down the Audi once more. Aston Martin has a lot less of a gap to take, but again, that Audi still has the legs to keep itself ahead. But as we saw previously, that is only one part of the puzzle, as the Aston Martin kept a very, very close eye on into the long right-hander, and again keeping it conservative this time. If you do bear with me, just need to do a little bit of management on that side. A couple of issues that they've just asked me to have a look at. That's fine. Okay, all sorted. Aston Martin has lost out a little bit and he's now being overtaken by the 420 Mclaren, which is a car that is ahead of them, so they will be getting the blue flags, which is not what they want to see at all, especially when they're trying to chase down a car in front. They can use this to their advantage, and they do believe that is the current race leader. It is Leonardo Porco right on their tail. So all of these cars will be now getting those blue flags. You can see the Aston Martin didn't exactly jump out of the way to let the race leader by, but obviously they didn't make it hard for them either. And that is one of the defining factors with GT racing as opposed to a open wheel sport like Formula 1. So we have a gaggle of cars currently coming through, all contained with our race leader. That Aston Martin is now back on the tail of that number 17 Porsche, that number 3 race leader, doing wonders for that Aston Martin, as we will pick up with the number 17 right behind. I believe that is the 689 as well. There are a couple of issues in my... I need to try and get an updated version of this. But anyway, I am keeping an eye on race control. Nothing from race control, which is good to see. It means everything is clean so far, but I do expect a few reports to come through fairly soon. So that 969 has got 689, sorry, has got past the number 17, but I'm not expecting the Audi to let it go that lightly, as they do come across the line. It is about 0.4 of a second to each other, and again that Aston Martin can now keep it as tidy as they want it to, as they are the car ahead, and they do have a friendly Aston Martin ahead of them as well, so they do have that advantage. The number 17 is quite, the ID is quite a controllable car, so as long as they keep it nice, smooth and clean, they should be able to keep within touching distance, which is what they will want to do come the next round of pit stops. the 656 of Sonalta, again a returning face to AOR Endurance, is currently serving a drive-through for track limits as well. So 7/10 is the gap for these two. Now we know the Audi has a lot more top end speed and it will be aided by that slipstream, but does it have the distance to be able to do it? I don't think it does. Just run out of room, just a little bit too much. So you got about 3/10 back, which the Audi driver will be very, very happy with, but obviously not as happy as he would have been if he'd have been able to overtake the car ahead. 689 running very wide through the right-hander gives the Audi all he needs to just be able to settle in there, keep nice and comfy, and wait for a mistake. Running a little bit wider than you probably would like through there, giving the Aston Martin a little bit of breathing room as well. So let's catch up with the top end of the field. 55, Josh Taylor, currently chasing down P15 once more against the 660 Audi. So he's going up against another Audi. I think it was previously the 115. He's now at the 660 ahead of him. Only about half a second, so he'll be wanting to make inroads towards that and take every possible advantage that he can get. Cutting the curb a little bit nicely on the penultimate corner, and then maybe just kissing the apex on the final corner, keeping it nice and tidy, and down back towards turn 1. So as I come across, cutting a little bit on the outside. A little bit on the outside. It also gives you a nice braking point as well, a nice braking marker. Majority of cars can do that unless you're really heavy on fuel or you have tyres that are absolutely gutted. So 8/10 is the gap, and it's gone outside of a second, so Josh Taylor will not have the effect of the slipstream on the Mistral straight, which he probably would have liked to have to try and fight back against that 660. So yeah, field spreading out again, which after all pit stops is absolutely a surprise to no one. I did get that term mixed up a little bit, I'm sorry. But yeah, so not really made any inroads there. I nearly said McLaren, and the Aston Martin and the Audi keeping each other at a level distance to leave it as is, but keeping it very tidy, which is exactly what you want. I'm going to go a little bit further up the field towards the front, as the 202 is now chasing down the 28 Audi of Hamling, and I do believe that is a lapped car. It is the 656 NSX, going maybe a little bit wide, but for obvious reasons the 202 is coming by. That is quite a nice livery as well. I do quite like that. It is nice to see the changes through the seasons. There was one last season, Van Walsum Sport. They had quite a nice one, and it works on both a McLaren and a BMW, which was quite nice to see. Season 1 they had a McLaren, and then season 2 they had a BMW. They had 2 BMWs, which was quite nice. So 7/10 is the gap for Diego Carlino in the SPQR 202 Audi, which I believe is it's not their leading car at the minute. Their leading car is 201, and the 203. Where's the 203 gone? The 203 has dropped back quite a way, and I'm not actually sure why. So we may have to have a look at that later. Dijkstra is in on the 48 for a drive-through for track limits, and they have just come out of the pits and served that penalty. A couple of best personal laps being set. most recently by the number 1, a 154.945, which is not too shabby to be fair. Still got the fastest lap of the race, currently held by the 201 crew. It is now a 154.450, so that BMW definitely working well for them at the moment, as the 202 gets up close and personal to the butt of that Ferrari. It does have quite a nice bottom, that Ferrari, will be honest. It is quite nice. Audi having another little look, taking a little bit of a tighter line and just trying to keep it clean and keep it close to the Ferrari. Again, Ferrari's a little bit earlier on the brakes, as the Audi takes a much tighter line over the curbs, and I think that Mercedes hampered the Ferrari a little bit there, as that dives into the pits. That will not have been very nice for the 28 crew, as they now come down to turn 1, 0.050, and I think the Audi just has the legs. I think it's got its nose ahead, and the 202 is up into 7th place ahead of the 28 coming into turn 1. And that was quite nice. Probably helped a little bit by that pitting Mercedes, which again the 28 crew may have not been too happy about. But yeah, racing can be cruel sometimes, unfortunately. May just be one of those things. As we catch up, Audi versus Audi. So the 660 that overtook the 55 is now challenging the 115. So they are currently even Stevens. They are level pegging at the minute. So it is driver versus driver, setup versus setup. The number 115 getting a little bit wide. 660 going a little bit understeery and causing, well, not causing a collision, but there is contact between the two cars there. And the 115 keeps the position. And then the 660 is still in very, very close pursuit. And this will be quite nice to see, actually, because there are the two cars that are basically exactly level pegging. The 202 is pulling away from the 28 quite nicely for those at the moment. Very, very identical lines, as they again they come down to turn 1. So the 660 may have a bit of an advantage. Just because of that slipstream, and you can see it just in how close they are getting. So you got to pick your braking point, and hopefully the car will respond quite nicely as well. Hello, Rudy Child. Welcome to the race. I hope you've been enjoying it so far. I know I have. It's been quite a nice race. That's the thing. Paul Ricard with Formula 1 is absolutely rubbish. Paul Ricard for GT3 racing like this is absolutely brilliant. You do get quite a nice sunset shining on the tarmac right now, as they do come through. The 660 taking a little bit of a wider line. How much do they cut? Not too much. Not running too wide either, and this is now just down to your foot to the floor. And I do believe through them fighting, that Aston Martin is now back into the battle. So there could be a three-way battle here for P14. So the two Audis go through, keeping very, very tight, and then the Aston is bringing up the rear, but they are closing. So they were about a second down. Aston taking, again, a little bit of a wider line just to try and get a little bit neater exit and try and get the power down a little bit earlier. So yeah, they are keeping tabs of each other. I think the Aston is closer than the Audi is at the moment, although that looks like it has very much changed, as those two Audis are very, very close indeed. About 2 tenths? 4 tenths. I know nothing, apparently. But yeah, so it remains the 115 ahead for yet another lap, and Phil Ansell it is the Evo 2. So it is the new Audi running on there, and I think that's giving the Aston Martin a little bit of a push-up as to what it can do, because that looks to be a lot closer to the 660 than the 660 is to the 115. Yeah, so that's dropped. That's lost a considerable amount of time. My English is already going skew if, and I've got another 2.5 hours of this. It had to happen sometime, didn't it? I can't remember when it happened last time when I was doing Spa. It was a little bit weird. But yeah, that Aston Martin does have quite a nice slipstream on the rear end of that Audi. Are they going to go for a move, or are they going to hold station? Holding station for the moment, being conservative. Aston's keeping it a little bit tidier than the Audi did there. Yeah, Audi was a little bit messy on the exit of that, I think. And then, yeah, these guys are holding station, but they're doing it very, very well. The 202. What? Oh, a 10-second time penalty for the 202 for causing a minor collision. And that was involving car 127 as well. So the 202, so P7 and P4, that will be a heavy hit for the 202 crew. Because they've been doing really well. Speaking of doing really well, P23, car number 7, they started in the top 10. I was told by my fellow commentators that they had connection issues, so they were dropped quite far down. So it's nice to see them climbing back up the field as well. So they're doing very well. Josh Taylor has dropped back a little bit from Philip in the 660. I should have brought more Red Bull with me today. He says, going into like I have a commentary, like, yes, definitely into the commentary booth. So the 660, they're all spreading out a little bit, I think. Temperatures don't look too bad. It will start dropping quite dramatically. So yeah, once the sun goes down, the temperature will start dropping quite considerably. That 660 has caught up to the back of the 115 really, really nicely. Again, taking a little bit different lines just to try and get a little bit more out of it. Obviously, the 115 is trying to defend. 660 wants to get as much power and top speed down the main straight as they can, as they do come up against some faster cars, I believe. That's Jarzbowski in the 500, just ahead of them. So we do have a little bit of traffic, but unfortunately this little bit of traffic will not be moving out of the way too quickly, as there is a car at the side of the track. Who was that? That was a McLaren, I believe, getting out of the way very much. Getting very much out of the way is that McLaren there. I'm not sure which car that was. Maybe the number... what would have been the number 13? So I'll have to try and figure out who that was. We'll see. But yeah, that the 115 has attached itself at the hip to the back of that 500 Ferrari, as the Audi just has a lot more legs to overtake, and the 660 will be in a similar position, being, please can you get out of the way, I'm faster than you. But obviously they don't have to. They do not have to move. 500 could just stay where it is. just stay where it is and just, happy times. We are approaching lap 200, by the way, in case you were wondering. So, here is a question for the viewers. How many laps do you think we will complete today? I was hoping for 300, but considering we're only on lap 198 and there's about 2.5 hours left, it's not looking likely. 42 still has that 10-second time penalty as the 660 goes past 500 and has lost a lot of ground on that 115, which will be a thorn in the side. As a 203 comes through as well. They are currently in... Where are they? Where's the 203? 203 is in P29. Okay. That's certainly an interesting one. Not 100% sure what's going on there. And again, if any members of the 269... but yeah, if there is any team members who do want to have a bit of a chat about how your race is going, then feel free to pop into one of the chats in the commentary area on the AOR Discord, and I will move you up and we can have a nice little chat about your race, how you doing, and maybe a few other things. It's a little bit early in the season to be bringing up favourite foods, but I'm sure we will get to that because I make it my solemn duty to ensure that it's talked about at least once every endurance season. I think season 1 we had Rage and his King's meat snacks, and I think a preference for pepperami. And then that continued into cakes last season, like Battenberg's, Agent Cake, McDairy Cake, sponge cakes. I wonder what it'll be this season. I am determined to get all the commentators talking about food every season. So we'll have to see what occurs this season, as we still keep an eye on the 660. Having a little bit of trouble with the 500, and now the 55 Aston Martin is getting his nose stuck in there, 3 wide into turn 4. It's not advisable. Through turn 5 into turn 6, that Aston Martin came out of nowhere, came out of absolutely nowhere. And just decided, you know what, I'm going to go for it. He's overtaken, I might as well try as well. And he's made the move stick, and he's got that slipstream as well. Now the question is, will that Audi, with its superior top speed, be able to get that position back? That was an amazing move from Josh Taylor. Well done, sir. I don't think the Audi's got it. No, the 500 Ferrari has aided the Aston Martin to stay ahead of that Audi, and now it's Josh Taylor's job to ensure that he sticks to that Ferrari like glue, so that he can get the aerodynamic slipstream benefits, and 2, he needs to keep it nice and tidy, so that Audi has no chance, no opportunities to overtake there. But yeah, the sun is setting quite nicely now. Yeah, the 55, they do tend to have quite... the 55, I remember last season they did have mixed results. They had a really good race last season at Paul Ricard. Was it Paul Ricard last season? I don't know. I'll have to fact check that and have a look for next time. Which is going to be Suzuka, which will be interesting. But yeah, so that Audi's keeping up with that Aston Martin, but it's not had a good few laps, that 660. Meanwhile, the 115 has just decided to bugger off into the distance. So yeah, we'll we may catch up with them. Yeah, half a second between the two cars. Got a little bit of ground back. Let's see if the Audi can retake the position again. But it is something we will have to wait and see. Audi's got the legs. Are they going to make a move? They're having a look. They're having a look. They're going for it. Too wide through the right-hander. Aston Martin's still got the outside. Audi needs to keep it nice and tidy now to keep the position. 3 wide into that. The 22 absolutely storms past and runs 10 feet off the track for their troubles. And the 660 gets back ahead. So yeah, the legs on that Audi is just absolutely monstrous. So absolutely ruthless from the 660 crew. Absolutely monstrous, to say the very least. So we will definitely have to see how we get on with that one. 660, the 27 is coming back at them, which is it is always nice to see. But obviously, you do have the superior top speed of that Audi, which is absolutely ridiculous. I think it must be said. Yeah, that is quite a. I think they're into quite a nice groove. Once more, let's check up with a few down the field. So let's check in with a couple of the guys racing with one of our gracious admins. Us is Daniel van der Linde for Gut Racing in quite a nice BMW livery. That is quite nice. I won't tell us that. But obviously, as the 42 finally comes into the pits for a pit stop and to serve that 10-second penalty. That's been lingering over them for quite a while, so they may drop down the order quite a bit as of yet, as the 920 of Sergei Skinov goes through, and I think, are they catching? They are catching the number 8 Porsche once more. This is going to be quite nice to see, I think. It's the Audi, the Aston Martin. I'm getting all my brands mixed up today. I'll fix it for next time, I promise. But yeah, we definitely have the Aston Martin ahead of the Porsche on that particular occasion. I know why it comes with a crap angle through there. I know exactly why. So at least now I know I can keep an eye out for it, which would have been nice to know before. But you know, we'll skip over that. Because yeah, that Aston Martin is firmly up a place as the 46 comes in to the pits to make a stop. Yeah, I think the Aston's going to pull away from there quite nicely. So let's check in once again with our top 5. So we've got Poco in the number 3, the 444 and the 201. Currently with the fastest lap. The race, again, that 54.457. Then it looks like Thomas Jack is catching the 112 BMW. Quite nicely as well, so we will see how this one pans out. I think would be quite a nice thing. So yeah, let's see exactly how that pans out. But yeah, the BMW and McLaren are quite nice to drive. Having driven them for a nice amount of time for both of them, so it is quite a nice thing to see. As they do get very close into the penultimate corner, the BMW's probably got better brakes. McLaren, they're both taking quite tight lines there, so this is a drag race down to turn 1 and see who gets the better exit and see who has the better top speed. So the McLaren has pulled alongside. They are about neck and neck, but the BMW has the line into turn 1. So it is the BMW ahead of the McLaren for the moment, as the 22 is making inroads to the 500 Ferrari as well. So we will pick that up in a moment. As we watch round 2 of the number 13 versus the 112 down the Mistral Straight. I think the BMW is being helped up by that Lexus a little bit more than the McLaren driver would have liked. Because I think they've actually pulled away from the McLaren. Which is not great, because the BMW is already powerful enough, and it now has just received quite a nice slipstream as well. So that Lexus, that is quite a colourful Lexus. That is. I'll have to have a look at that in the showroom and find out exactly everything that's on it. Yeah, that's. that's quite a standout one, isn't it? To behold. And again, drag race down to turn 1. BMW's got a bit too much of a leg on that one. I think that's helped by the slipstream of the cars in front. The McLaren driver is not going to be the happiest person in the world right now. I mean, I wouldn't be if I haven't been. Especially when you're trying to catch someone and you know you've been catching them, and then all of a sudden, oh, they have a slipstream. That's not nice. I don't like that. No, it is something that does it annoys people a little bit. I say people. It annoys me. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, that BMW is being helped a little bit, and now the McLaren has back market traffic, which is not a nice sight to see coming through. Will they let them through? No, holding them up just a little bit, because I think they're chasing another car in front of the BMW, which again is it's not ideal. It's not ideal for anyone other than the BMW driver, I'd probably say, because they are obviously gaining time on the McLaren. And this is not brought to you by AWS. McLaren going for a cheeky look. I think they're getting a little bit irritated with that Bentley now. And I think the Bentley will let them through? Question mark? I believe they should let them through. And they do. So now that McLaren does have a little bit of work to do again, just to try and close up to the back of that BMW once more. But we will obviously keep an eye on that in a couple of ways. They've already got back 210s. So the McLaren is definitely feeling very nice to drive at the minute, and Thomas is very, very comfortable in that car as well. The BMW doesn't have as much aerodynamic assistance this time round as it would probably have liked, as there's a Bentley and an Aston Martin fighting in the background as well, and I think the Aston Martin has pulled out in front of the Bentley. I think that is our race leader as well. So not necessarily fighting, but an overtake nonetheless. So number 13 dropping back a little bit. The BMW's run at the top end is just making up for it and just keeping itself just out of reach from the McLaren for the moment. But obviously they do have the race lead out right behind them now. So they will have to let them by fairly soon, as we are nearly into 2 hours. Now what I'm going to do, if you would permit me. Hello Wolf Gaming, how are you? I hope you're having a lovely day, lovely evening, lovely night, whatever time of the day it is for yourself, wherever you are in the world. And I will also, here is your reminder that the AOR Endurance Championship, now in its 3rd season, is brought to you by Driver61 and SIMSOK. So you can get 25% off a consultation fee and a free coaching session if you use the code Driver61AOR, I believe, and then the link to SIMSOK is also below this stream. So go check them out. They help keep everything running so that you can enjoy the racing that you are currently viewing. Our race leader, car number 3, is pitting. So the number 3 Aston Martin is coming into the pits for what will be one of its final pit stops, if not its penultimate stop. So it's just come into the pits, it's just on its way out now, just trying to see if there is a driver change. It does not appear so, but they have got quite a nice lead. I think a couple of the other cars have pitted, so it was the number 3's turn. But they are doing really well anyway. But yeah, so number 3 comes out. They haven't done a driver change, so it's doing a double stint. So it is quite it's quite nice to see that they are keeping it they are keeping up with it all. I've chosen the wrong window. I need that window, and I need that window. I have 2 monitors. I just have too much stuff. I have too much stuff on my monitors. First world problems, eh? So yeah. Oh, the number 3. They... Oh no, they are still in the race. So Marco Mancuso is now in the SPQR 201, and the 444 is not too far back. Where are they? So they're 7 seconds behind. So it will. Hopefully, this will play out in the latter stages of the race, which we are very quickly approaching. There's only just over 2 hours to go. So we're going to have a further look down at the field. Justin Dijkstra, Racing Away SimSport AOR, 48 Bentley is currently chasing down Pierre Stockton in the 46 McLaren, and about a second between the two. So yeah, a couple of drivers coming and going as the number 8 does dive into the pit lane. For that will probably be its penultimate stop, if I'm not mistaken. Stint time is 70 minutes, so you could do just over an hour. You got the time in the pit, so yeah, this should be its penultimate stop. We're currently on 200, and we're not getting to 100 laps. We're not getting to 300 laps. No way we're getting to 300 laps. I was very, very... I was very optimistic about that, wasn't I? I should learn to be less optimistic about lap times, eh? Dear. Okay, no updates from race control for about 20 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it with who is currently battling. Let me have a look, because I'm just going to hop away for a moment just so that I can grab myself some food. So just bear with me and I will be right back. My apologies, everybody. Oop. Oh, God, I sincerely apologise for nearly deafening half of you. Yes, apologies, I have returned. I just needed to go and get myself some proper food. Hello, Mr. Harris. It's not Patrick Vieira, no. Patrick, you know? It's not Patrick Vieira, no, it's Pedro Vieira. My thoughts on football are... It's football. As the 170, I think it makes its way back through the field, as it has passed the number 8 as well, which is nice to see. Again, it was a nice little, it was a nice three-way battle, as the number 14 Honda is also now chasing up to the number 660 Audi. Ooh, that is a nice. That is a. Can I have my camera set to place? Thank you. Oh, that is extraordinarily close. Get that bumper to bumper. That's a nice blue on that Honda, though. I do like that. I do like that. That is. That's absolutely mental. The Audi has the legs just to keep up, but that Honda is extraordinarily close to the Audi. Absolutely chucking it in there. Jesus. Done very nicely for the Honda. Rafael Bal. He's stuck. That's brilliant. I do believe we're coming up against a 689, which is a back marker, I believe. So they will be wanting to clear that quite rapidly, as the 115 is also not too far behind both of them. The 14 goes for the dive and makes it stick. What happened to the 660 there? Going very wide and very slow. But obviously the 660 will have a better drive out of the final corner. So we will see as they barrel down to turn 1. I love that. This is getting brilliant. It's always coming down to turn 1, as I believe that is the 969 BMW coming out of the pits, and the Honda keeps the place going into turn 1. But will they keep it going into turn 3? Maybe. No, Audi's going for it. The 60. Ooh, no. Reining back that machinery for just a little bit. This is going to be great going into turn 8 as they come through turn 6, all keep it nice and tidy in nice queue of cars, and the 115 has been brought into play from this battling as well. So the Honda getting a much better drive than the 660, but the 660 does have more power under the hood. So we will have to see. That is a beautiful sight. So that's 689 just tucking in behind the Audis at the back. As 660 Audi goes for the move around the outside of turn 8. They are ahead going into the corner, and they manage to just keep it on the track. Gives a chance for the 14 to fight back, and it looks like the 14 is going to keep that, as the 115 gets extraordinarily close to the rear bumper of that 660 Audi. This is a brilliant three-way fight, and they are all going at it really, really nicely. So let's focus on the middle car, shall we? I do like the helicam just for this, just because it's nice to see the distances and you get a much wider field of view. So the 115 has dropped back a little bit. 660 is going for the dive on the final corner. 14 keeps the position, but the 660 looks to got a better drive. Tiny bit of contact, and again between the two cars. Are they going to make it for third time lucky? No, they are not. So the Audi looks like it's going to get the position into turn 1. Is the Honda going to defend? Yes, it is. Do they get the car in? The 115 has been spun around, either by driver error or by the 689. We will have to have a look, but that is a horrible, horrible incident for the 115, who will not only now have absolutely cooked tyres, but also aero damage as well, quite possibly. The tyres are definitely dead, but we will have to see. as another Audi comes right up behind the cavalry as well. So one Audi was replaced by another. As our race leader, the number 3, completes lap 218 and, well, starts lap 218, completes lap 217. My apologies, as a BMW keeps well out of the way and then puts itself in between the Audi and the Honda, going into that sharp right-hander. So the Honda is getting away a little bit, it would seem, at the moment, and I believe that's one of the SPQR cars. Just behind the 660 on your screens now. I believe that's a 202, I think. And then we have a Ferrari coming up close behind. Jay Fang in the 69. J-Team has had a bit of trouble, it seems, with a car he was chasing. Possibly the 46. We will have to see if anything comes through from the stewards on that one. I thought that was quite a nice little battle there, but oh, 660 diving up the inside of that back marker. That BMW has had damage, and I think that BMW wanted to go into the pits, but they have not let him. That is a little bit unfortunate, but also the BMW kind of should have been a little bit more conservative in terms of its direction there. So unfortunately they have to drag that BMW, that damaged BMW, around the circuit for another go. As the 660 does drop back from the 14, possibly due to that BMW just getting in the way slightly, as the 202 comes through, and then very swiftly the 28 is right on its tail, which we will actually switch to, and we're going to go on board with the 28, chasing down the 202. You can hear the tyres scraping a little bit on the tarmac and on the curb, not really cutting the curb that much, running nice and wide. And then obviously down the Mistral straight we go. So there's not much that is chasing. They do have the 22 and the 500, also going wheel to wheel. So we will have a quick look into these two, as they are extraordinarily close at the last timing line, 5 thousandths of a second. It is Aston Martin versus Ferrari, something which Sebastian Vettel will have had no challenge in making his mind up which one he prefers, especially when it comes to Formula 1. So as we come into the final corner, they're probably about 3/10 behind. Ferrari keeping well away from the apex, Aston Martin just kissing it very nicely, and then going down at the straights once more. So let's see what the gap is now. Is 7/10 of a second, so that Ferrari has gained back a surmountable amount of time on that Aston Martin. We'll have to see how the Aston responds in the first sector. Ferrari a little bit more conservative into turn 1. Aston Martin absolutely going for it, just clipping curbs on both turn 1 and turn 2, with a nice run down into turn 4. How much do they clip the curb? Clipping that really nicely as well, and turn 5 again, and then into turn 6 we go, as they come through now back onto the Mistral straight. Aston Martin keeping quite a central line and then clipping a lot of the curb and not really running too wide at all. So the gap was around 7 tenths of a second. It is now 1 second, so they're just outside of that ideal slipstream scenario. And the 28 has dropped back from the 202. It's now 88.888 of a second to those two as well. Further back the field, the number 7 BMW. The recovery story of the race so far today started in the top 10, had connection issues and dropped all the way back to the field. They are currently in P19, fighting for P18 against the 55 Aston Martin, 0.386 seconds in it. So we're going to jump on board with them once I find my mouse. Very nice to keep the so we have Tracker chasing them down, and this should seems to be a pretty cut and dry scenario here. The BMW has a lot more power under the hood, it's a lot more recent of a car, so it should be able to keep it nicely done. Very nice and tidy through there, and nicely, not even too much curb on exit there, and taking the position up into P18. Another BMW to speak of is the number 5 car, currently in the pits for what will be their penultimate pit stop of the race. as a lot of drivers have already done that, and they will be now only looking to make one more stop before the end of the race. So very well done for it there from Trafficker and from Dan Minton in both cars there, keeping it nice and clean, nice and friendly, but obviously not too friendly, otherwise we would not have a very good motor race. As two BMWs here, one of them dives into the pits, the other one continues on its way. That is the 991, so that is further upfield, so that's P10 currently ahead, maybe a lap or two ahead. I think it's only one lap, as leader is only on lap 20. P3, the 201 is currently in the pits as well, so that is the SPQR BM, no that's, I should have said BMW because I was right first time. They are serving a drive-through for track limits that will hurt their chances coming out back onto the track, and I think has the 127 got by? No, it hasn't. They are still firmly in third position, so they still have a podium for this race as the 420 Mclaren goes barreling by because of that interesting pit exit, shall we say. Okay, let's check in further down the field. Let's go on board with Pedro Vieira. Currently in the... Oh, this is the really cool Lexus, isn't it? Yes, you can... I'd say that's spottable, right? Very interesting livery, and again, I will be having a look at that later because I want to see how I want to try and find everything on that, and see if I can get the other commentators to try and figure out what they are. Yeah, so it's quite a spread field towards the quite a spread pack towards the rear of the field. All about 3 seconds, if not more, so you've got a couple of cars that are around 16 seconds away, and then it is around 3 to 5 seconds between the rest of them. So that is how it is. Another top 10 update. So we're going to check in with Adam Beale in the 500 Ferrari, nice and simple in the middle. We have Leonardo Poco in the number 3, currently leading the race, 8 seconds behind. We have Darius Appel in the 444 McLaren in 3rd place. Currently we have Matteo Morano in the SPQR 201 BMW. We have the 127 Audi of Chiaratana in 4th. In 5th on your screens right now, Adam DeVille for Forza Italia PLE Racing in the 500 Ferrari, and these guys always have a nice livery. They have done for the past few seasons, and I want to have a look at this one in a little bit more detail as well. In 6th place, in the number 22 Aston Martin, John Papale. And then behind them we have the next SPQR car, the 202 Audi, driven currently by Giacomelli. I do apologise if I've butchered your names. It is a common thing with me and Endurance Championship. I do tend to butcher names, and I do sincerely apologise. We then have Dionysus in the 28th Ferrari in 8th place, Zieg in the number 1 Honda in 9th, and then running out our top 10 is Jench in the 991 BMW. So the field towards the front is a little bit more compact, but still nicely spread out. And I think the closest battle we have at the moment is between the 42 and the 55, currently going into the long right-hander. So the 42 is the Bumblebee car you can currently see. The third car in this little train behind it, the 661. So it is 3 Aston Martins, which is quite nice. The 42 going around the outside, trying to make a move on the back marker, but being unsuccessful this time. So we're going to go for another round into the penultimate corner, and then into the final turn, looking for a dive on the inside. There we go. Car's not going to fight that. It's a back market car, so they're going to let that go by easily and take the slipstream instead. So the gap is now 1.8 seconds, so that back marker will have really hampered the Aston Martin there, as we are going to jump back on board with Trafka, as they are now chasing down Jay Fang in the number 69 Honda NSX. That is the gap. It is about 0.7 of a second. As they come across the next time in line, we will see if they have made any inroads into that going into the Mistral Straight. So again, very tight in there. They have took 0.2 out of it, and they are keeping a very tight line, more on the power, wider exit. cutting the curb really nicely on both entry and exit, and then just absolutely keeping your foot to the floor and keeping your steering as straight as you can possibly muster. As we come down to turn number 8, they're letting them know they are there, and they go for the move, and it looks like they are up into 16th place. Doesn't look like Jay Fang wanted to fight that too much, and in terms of the BMW, it's quite a it is quite a beefy car, but obviously keeping it all respectful, and that is the number 7 car up another place in this amazing recovery drive for the number 7 URL team. So that is absolutely fantastic by both drivers there, but obviously they are absolutely knocking it out of the park today, the number 7 crew, after that early setback. The 420 Mclaren is chasing down once again that number 8 Porsche. We are currently on the Mistral Straight once again, and that McLaren just has so much more top speed. At the rate they are catching this, they are absolutely flying. Going into that right-hander, I'm going to switch to the helicam, as the Porsche keeps it tight, the McLaren keeps it clean, and the McLaren runs a little bit wide, and the Porsche keeps the position for now, closing the door a little bit for the McLaren on the entry into that corner there. So that was quite nicely done by both drivers to avoid any form of collision. As they both come through the penultimate corner, I do apologise for keep putting it on the chat at the moment. The McLaren is very, very close to the butt end of that Porsche. If you want to see how close, that is how close. You can see all the dirt speckles on there. They're going for the move up into turn 1, but the Porsche just has enough grunt to keep it ahead. McLaren trying to get easy early on the power and not making it stick for the moment, but that is very, very close, and I'm assuming they're going to have another go into turn number 4. No, they are not. Keeping it very central, keeping it nice and tidy over the curbs is what you need, and keeping it quite, cutting the corner quite nicely again, just to keep the distance to that Porsche to a minimum. As we go for round 2 down the Mistral Straight, the McLaren is a lot closer to the Porsche this time. Does the Porsche get a little bit of a better exit? Yes, it does, but the McLaren's top speed and that aero slipstream will be helping it a lot at the moment. As you can see, the radar knots that it is catching, it is currently in its top gears, so anything now will be running to the limit of the engine. As we head back into that turn again, and it was a very easy move for the McLaren at this time around. So the McLaren moves up into 23rd place, but the Porsche is fighting back, as the McLaren had a little bit of a sloppy exit and a very sloppy entry into there. The Porsche goes for the outside line. The McLaren's trying to keep it back on the inside, too wide going through that corner, as the Porsche still keeps ahead into the braking zone. McLaren's trying to take the title line. Do they get the exit? They both get a very nice exit. They're very, very close together, these two cars. So they come into the braking zone for the penultimate corner. The McLaren's got the inside line. Does the McLaren keep the position? No, they're still neck and neck, as the Porsche now has the inside line for the penultimate corner, which is ideal. Pushes the McLaren wide, and the Porsche keeps the position for now. As it is now once again a drag race down to turn 1, with them being split by about 1.5 tenths, as the McLaren goes for the dive into turn 1. A lot more speed, and that looks like a job done for the McLaren this time around, and the Porsche has no answer for the McLaren's aerodynamic prowess on that one. We now have the 189 Mercedes chasing down that number 8 Porsche, being brought into the battle because of that McLaren and Porsche fight going on there. So the 189 is now hunkering up behind that Porsche. Will he be able to get 2 spots in one, or will they only be able to catch the number 8? Let's jump on board with the number 189. That is what you can see. You can see just the Michelin man giving the driver a thumbs up. It's like, you can do this. So as we go onto the Mistral straight, the Porsche is trying to use that McLaren as much as it can, but I think the Mercedes has a lot more grunt. And it also has that slipstream as well. That McLaren's really trying to pull away, but not being able to do so at the minute. Still only half a second, and it looks like that Porsche is closing that gap again. But that Mercedes is still keeping it down. It's just under 0.3 of a second to the Porsche and the McLaren, and the Mercedes is catching them both as well. So it depends on how tidy these two can keep it, as that Mercedes will take any opportunity at the slightest sniff of a mistake coming from either driver. A little bit deeper on the cut there into that right-hander as we now go to the off-camber left hand. Very difficult to get the power down and maintain track if you're pushing really hard. As we come into the penultimate corner, the Porsche and McLaren still keeping tight lines. Mercedes going for a little bit of a wider line on the entry, keeping it wide for the final turn. No clip in the corner. Porsche clips it just a little bit, but not enough to upset the car in any meaningful way. There are no reports from race control, which is always good to see once again. The last one for the 661, which I believe is being dealt with, that was 20 seconds, and those 2 license plates for causing a moderate collision. So that was between the 661 and the 689 as a reminder. So the Mercedes is now going for a move on the Porsche around the outside of turn 4. Porsche keeps the inside line and keeps the speed, keeps the position as well, as they both come into now what is turn 6, coming onto the Mistral straight. That McLaren is long gone, and there's not really anything the driver of the Porsche can do about that. So Porsche got a much better exit. Mercedes struggling a little bit for grip there, but now the Porsche does not have the benefit of that aerodynamic assistance from the McLaren. So it depends on how much grunt this Mercedes has under its hood, and whether it can catch a Porsche before that right-hand turn. So it is catching. It is currently 4 tenths behind the next timing line we have. It is not too much better. That'll be not what the Mercedes driver wants to see. Porsche getting a little bit squirrely and running wide, leaving the door wide open for that Mercedes to just take the position. Thank you very much. I will have this. See you later. Goodbye. Mercedes just needs to keep it nice and tidy now, and then work its way away from that Porsche. Already got a gap, already got a nice gap to there, so all they need to do is keep it clean, keep their lines tidy, and they should easily have that done and dusted. But yeah, absolutely great battling from these. So just a slight mistake from the Porsche, back end stepping out a little bit, which does happen when you're a little bit low on fuel. The front just decides to completely go. But I think we will see the track now starting to drop in temperature a little bit quicker, as I do believe the sun now has gone down. The fastest lap of the race so far is still that 1:54.457 from the 444. Oh no, it's a 1:54.440 from the 201. My apologies. But yeah, that Mercedes has left that far behind, as we catch up now with the 203, who is still trying to make a little bit of a recovery after an unknown issue, at least to myself. It's quite possible that I've missed it, but it is now Bentley versus Audi, as that Audi takes quite a nice tight line, running nice and wide. The Bentley cutting the curb as much as the Audi, both of them running a little bit wide, and then we have another drag race on our hands. Bentley possibly getting some assistance from the car in front, but they are 2 seconds down on the next car, as that Audi is showing its absolute massive engine. If you think of anything else, get your mind out of the gutter. Thank you very much. Audi has a little bit of a look, but the space is just not there, and there's not enough track to get them moved. Still having a look, the Bentley is keeping it nice and tidy, but the Audi is still right on its rear bumper. Audi's taking a little bit wider lines just to try and preserve the speed, while not really compromising anything too much. Bentley's a little bit early on the brakes, maybe caught the Audi out a little bit. but still keeping it nice and tidy. The 42 Aston Martin is currently in the pits for what it will be its penultimate pit stop, as we do have a few more battles going on. The Audi is getting really close now, getting a nice tight line, getting on the power, and getting that exit, and it's once again a drag race down to turn 1. So there is a McLaren stuck between these two and the number 8 and the 189 as the Audi now pulls out to try and make a move into turn 1. Do they have enough room? No, they do not have the legs. The Bentley keeps the position very close into turn 1 and very well controlled by both drivers there as they now come down back to turn 4. The Audi has dropped back a little bit, but the Audi has brakes of I do not know. Those brakes are absolutely phenomenal. Bentley running a little bit wider, Audi taking as much advantage as it can, trying to force the Bentley to go a little bit tighter, a little bit of contact there, and the Bentley just goes past again. Audi going a little bit wider, going to try and get a nicer cut on the corner, preserve the speed, and here we go once again. So they were 0.083 at the previous timing line, but I think they're a little bit closer than that, maybe a bit, well, no, a little bit further than that, sorry. About 0.3, but I think the Audi will be able to get the job done this time. A lot more speed coming in there, and they are now side by side going into turn number 8, and it is now a fact of who will yield. The Bentley goes very, very wide. The Audi keeps a nice tight line. Bentley running quite wide and rushing back onto the track as to not get a Chatliners warning, and that is job done for the 203. So very well done there for Alessandro Zampieri from SPQ Racing. My apologies, as the number 8 is still keeping up with that Mercedes, but not really making any inroads to try and catch it. Looks like the Mercedes is slowly eking out a gap on that one, but that 8 tenths is just keeping that number 8 within the slipstream to make it a little bit harder for the 203 to catch them. No reports from race control, which is always good to see, as the aforementioned 203 Audi makes its way past a back marker and is now hunting down that number 8 Porsche. So the 203 crew doing really well to make up for the issues they've had previously. They were running in the top 10 for the majority of this race, with only 1.5 hours left to run, and it looks like that Audi has so much more of a run on this, and it looks like it will be able to catch that Mercedes quite nicely if the speed allows to. So we are going to ride on board very quickly just to see the speed difference and to hear, well, that engine is just amazing from the Audi. It is quite nice. Goes to the very inside line just to ensure that they keep the inside line for the corner. Go away, please. Just had a notification pop up. Did not want, and that is easy move for the Audi. Porsche didn't really have an answer for the overall top speed increase over the Audi there. And again, that Audi is just keeping it really nice and tidy, and see you later. So the next job for the Audi is onto the 189. They're only 1.5 seconds, but given the pace difference, the 203 shown in the recent the past like half an hour, it would not be a surprise if they had another car easily on their way to being overtaken. Anyway, speaking of close battles, we are back with the 115 and the 660. Again, these two Audis going at each other with about half a second in it, and they're taking a really big cut out of that sharp right-hander into the long right-hander. The 115 keeping it very tidy, the 660 going a little bit scruffy and going into the runoff. Well, the marbles, that will not help the tyres at all. That 115 is really, really nice on its brakes right now, and is keeping very, very close to the rear bumper of that 660. Both of these cars have been fighting throughout the past, so it's likely they will want to. This will likely be one of the cars that they will be racing to the end of the race, as they both take a similar line in there, not too wide, but also not too tight either. Nice bit of curb, and then flat on the power down to turn 1. As they cross the line, it is 0.379, so quite a nice gap. Not too big, not too small. It is car 13 in the top 10 there, doing very well. Is that Simon Beek back at the wheel of that car? They've had a bit of a mixed race, but it is good to see that they have they made inroads into the top 10 with, I think, a couple of pit stops to go. The 170 appears to either have crashed or spun at the top of the track coming out of the sharp right-hander, so we'll have to see what comes of that. So a brief yellow flag up there for the moment. So that 115 took a much bigger chunk out of that curb there. It's going down the Mistral straight. Now this is not going to be a competition of power, it's going to be a competition of slipstream and the difference a slipstream makes. So they are both at the top end of their rev limiters, and it is now just a factor of who will bail out of that. The 115 tap the brakes a little bit, both of them run just as wide, and the 660 keeps the position there, and the 115 running a little bit wider on the entry into that con there. So not ideal for them. They probably could have stuck it out a little bit longer, but it's not worth the risk, especially with 1.5 hours to go. The 115 has a drive-through for track limits. That is a big shame, because that would have been a really nice battle between 115 and the 660, and it's likely that the number 7 BMW just in the background there will take a big advantage of that. So when you get a drive-through, I am unsure as to the reasons for the liveries. It's a factor of when the liveries are submitted. When the liveries are submitted, they'll get compiled into a pack for ourselves. So all the commentators, just so that we can load it on, so that you can see all your beautiful liveries in all their glory as we are commentating to some level of professionalism on your racing, which is a lot better than our commentating, I would like to say. So the 115 has dropped back a few positions. That will be a big blow for them, but obviously the 660 is not too far being chased by the number 7 BMW. So the number 7 crew have done absolutely phenomenally today. Again, starting in the top 10, and they had tech issues earlier on, dropping them to the back of the field, and they have been on the up ever since. Currently in the top 15. Can they make it the top 14? We will find out. But yeah, Mini Simeon, for the reasons for the liveries, I'm not sure. You'd have to ask if you have contact with one of the team members. Or you can even ask them in one of the AOR chats if you're in the AOR Discord. Then you may be able to ask them and find out what their thoughts were for the liveries. It can be for any number of reasons. I've raced the car with Pepe the Frog, or Pepega, on the car. It was not my decision. I was just said, we're racing this, and I was like, okay. So, there you go. Things like this, it will be a team decision, but it's also a factor, because these guys have proper sponsors, as some of these guys may have actual sponsors as well. So, we will find out, of course. So there's a nice little fight going on behind. After the 203 had its drive-through penalty, the 420 and the 170 once again having a battle between those two. This has been a battle that has been raging on for quite a while. Both these cars have been fighting each other. Both of them have had a few issues, whether it be just a few slip-ups, a few mistakes. It is back to how it was a few hours ago with these two cars. McLaren taking a much wider line, trying to preserve as much speed as possible, and not going as wide as the Aston Martin either, and gaining a bit of time because of that. I did see a SpongeBob livery one, yeah, that was quite funny. But yeah, at some point I will ask the other commentators if I can catch them what their favourite was. What their favourite livery was. There was one that is quite colourful, and it has a McDonald's sign on it. It's a Lexus, so I'll definitely be having a look at that. But yeah, it'll depend. But yeah, all the liveries here are absolutely amazing, and the amount of work and effort that goes into them is absolutely amazing. And it really does show, and it is really nice to see. it is really nice to see them having a lot of run for it. Oh, going through into the sharp right-hander, the number 7 is now ahead of the 660. That is something that I said was coming, and there it was, and there it went. As we come up to what will close be the final hour, yes, I'm going to go on board again because it's in the middle. So our top 5 have not changed. Still have Leonardo Poco in the number 3. You have Joris Appel in the 444 McLaren. Matteo Morano in the 201 BMW. Girottana in the 127 Audi. Adam Beale on your screens now in the number 500 Ferrari for Forza Italia. The number 22 Aston Martin being driven currently by John Papale. The number 7 is the number 28 Ferrari, driven by Dionysus, is still in 7th. Zieg in the number 1 Honda is in 8th. Jench in the 991 BMW is in 9th, and then, as we've already mentioned in chat, Simon Beek in that number 13 McLaren is rounding out your top 10. So it is our whole station. So we have Joris Appel in the pit lane. P2, currently in the pits. They cannot make it to the end. It has been pretty tight. It has been a little bit tighter. I think the distance with that is purely because they went into the pits. So I think they did actually lose some time. They were around 7-8 seconds between the two. As I'm going to jump to the 420 McLaren, because they are once again chasing that 170. There are quite a few cars in this mix as well now. So there are a total of 4 cars that are within a second of each other, and they are the 4 cars on your screen. Leading the pack is Joshua Charrington in the 170 Aston Martin, and we have Lug in the 420 McLaren, Alessandro Zampieri in the 203 Audi, and then rounding out that group is the number 42 Aston Martin, driven by Marcus Icon. That Audi has been on an absolute mission. Not necessarily. They are in the pit lane, so they may do a quick splash and dash at the end just to reset the stint timer. It does depend. Again, I'm not 100% sure of the. I really need to go through the rules every season. I never look through the rules, as that Aston Martin is looking really ambitious, really good against that 203 Audi. The McLaren stays where it is. The Aston Martin takes the inside line on the right-hander and moves up ahead of the 203 Audi. It is now time to look ahead to the McLaren and see if they can catch it. They're all still within a second of each other, which is really nice to see. If only Formula 1 was like this. So that Aston Martin is looking really good as well, really tight and nice and clean through the final sector, catching that McLaren quite nicely as well, moving the gap up as well, going quite wide into the penultimate corner, trying to get the power rate early and trying to get as much exit speed as possible, coming down to turn 1, as they all have as much a aerodynamic advantage as each other, except the car leading this quartet, which is of course the 170. As they all pile into turn 1, they all take it quite nicely, and again through turn 2 as well, as we are on the run down through 3 into 4 and 5 as well. So that Aston Martin is looking really nice against that McLaren right now. It will have a little bit of a slipstream, but the McLaren is really good in a straight line as well, so we will have to see. That Audi is just biding his time, I think, keeping it nice and tight to get on the power early. That Aston Martin is looking absolutely ferocious at the moment, and it looks like that McLaren may be outside of the slipstream, as that Aston Martin got a monstrous exit and is now on the offensive against the McLaren down the Mistral straight. Brilliant exit from that Aston Martin, and it really shows in just the sheer speed difference. That McLaren will want to fight back, as it's now level the speed and it may try and catch. But they are about 8 tenths back on that leading Aston Martin at that quartet. So we'll have to see how that plays out. We'll check it. We'll follow the Aston Martin of Marcus Einhorn, as he seems to be on a man on a mission right now. It can be that near the end of the stint you do find a certain groove and you do like exactly how the track's feeling, and you just start getting faster and faster and faster up until the end of your stop. There is that very colourful Lexus with a McDonald's on the front, which I said I will have a look at later. It's the 888. That is a back marker, so that won't be a wonderful sight to both Aston Martins, both taking a tight line. Lexus keeping nicely out of the way, but obviously not too far off the track as to get in a little bit of trouble. It does seem to be quite positive, yeah. There's a couple of cars that it doesn't really seem to have affected that much. The previous Balance Power update absolutely hammered the Beamer. So they had to correct it a little bit and tweak it because it didn't work the way they wanted it to. The McLaren's been relatively unaffected, and the other thing with the McLaren is the BOP updates can hamper it, but it's if you get the perfect setup, it can still be an absolute monster. Which in a straight line, the McLaren is just absolutely ridiculous. As these two McLarens get very, very close, the 42 and the 170. The BMW is an absolute monster. It still is, but it's just not as much of a monster as it was when it launched. But yeah, we are currently watching the 42 of Max Einhorn challenge. That is Joshua Charrington in the 170. Aston Martin for 21st place. The speed difference is there by the slipstream. Now it is just a fact of who will back out going into the next corner, and it looks like Charrington has backed out a little bit but kept very, very close to the rear of that now leading Aston Martin. So very, very well done by both of those to keep it in check, no contact whatsoever, keeping it clean, and yeah, that is job done for Max Einhorn, and on to the next one. And the next one would be the number 5 BMW. So he does have it was a very nice pass as well. The Audi's a little bit more, or the new Audi is a little bit more of a more recent update, so that will be more that information will be more relative, as the 42 is getting a little bit impatient with the number 17 Audi, which is a back marker currently in P33. As has moved up a few spots, which is always nice to see. As I'm pretty sure if Urs didn't get a little bit of coverage, it would always be a shame. So for anyone who doesn't know, Urs is one of the guys who helps set up, sort of run the endurance events and sprint events that we broadcast. So it is always nice to check in with him and see how he's doing. You know, just hi Urs, how you doing? You having fun? Yeah, you going good? Chosen a BMW. They drove Porsche last season. That decision, I don't know why they made that decision. Is what you doing? You naughty. Stay within track limits, please. But yeah, it's always nice to have a bit of a joke, because the amount of effort that us and the guys put into to this is it is a lot of effort. I know Hyper's another one who you will see knocking around the Discord. He has taken part in some of these races as well. I'm not sure if he's racing this season in the Enduro, but we will we'll obviously have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean the quality of racing here has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, this race there's not been as many like major crashes that I've seen. I've been covering the last 4 hours, but I did watch the opening hour, I believe, and there hasn't been as many. There hasn't been as many reports of the stewards, which is always nice to see. A couple of different teams this season, as last season, a few returning ones, as the Lexus makes a stop into the pits for what should be the final time for that team. So the stint time is 70 minutes. So I've been told it is a lot of effort, yeah. And it is helped with the support of obviously our sponsors down there, Driver61 and SIMSOK. So if you look in the description of the stream, I do believe it's a 25% discount on a consultation, and I believe you get a free coaching session as well if you use code Driver61 AOR. And then obviously the link to SimSoks are below as well. Yeah. So I was right about that. So 25% of consultation fee and free coaching session. There is a link as well there that should automatically apply the discount as well. But obviously it's always there. We know Driver61. They are very well known in the sim racing community, and obviously SimSoks as well. Which I need to get myself there because I've been doing quite a lot of racing. I've done 2 24-hour races this year. And I've already told the people who I race with I'm not doing another one until at least the same time next year. No, thank you. So we do check in with the 420, dropping away from the 170, but that 203 Audi is looking really, really racy at the moment. A couple of mistakes here and there. The 203 crew are doing really, really nicely, and it looks like they may try and challenge the Mclaren very, very soon. SPQR are a new team. Through this season, they're running 3 cars, so 201, 202, and the one that is currently chasing the car on your screen, the 203. They were all in the top 10 for a good few hours, and then the 203 has had some issues and dropped them further back down the field, so they are trying to do a bit of a recovery, of which the number 7 crew are currently doing great. They're in the top 14 of the field. But it is always nice to see. It is a shame to see like some of the others disappear, because it is always nice to see like returning teams. There's a couple of them that have returned for the season. JFang is one of them. Obviously, we have Erx and the Goat team, which take part every season. We have the 55 Aston Martin of Victoria's Secret. That's another returning one. It's not Victoria's Secret. That is a clothing brand, I believe. I totally don't know what that is. Instant sarcasm here. But yeah, Dan Minton and a couple of the other drivers in that car are familiar to the AOR Endurance Championship. So it is nice to see them return for the 3rd season. If you do watch the raw power of the Audi go up against the raw slippiness of the McLaren, and power wins. So that Audi is now up another position into position 23, running a little bit wide, keep it within the track limits, giving the McLaren a little bit of a look down the inside there. Audi getting it under control, keeping it tidy through the next part of the lap, and keeping the position steady. We'll keep an eye on this for the moment, because it doesn't look like the McLaren is wanting to fight back as well. That Audi is absolutely brilliant. Not my personal favourite for a car, but obviously, I mean, I've driven the past few races. I've driven nothing but a McLaren and a BMW. Both of them I've driven both of those for 24 hours, and I'd much prefer the McLaren for 24 hours, because the steering on the BMW is so heavy. Jesus. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jeff. So yeah, half a second to the 2 cars on your screen. But the Audi does look like it is pulling away a little bit, so yeah, Zampieri's getting back into that groove and getting on with it. So let's chase up a little bit further up the field. How are we doing? So yeah, we're all spread out a little bit. It is starting to spread out a little bit more as Simon B comes up against the 201, currently in 3rd place. So they will finish the race probably a lap down, which isn't too bad, to be fair. They're only going to finish a lap down in a 9-hour race. That is absolutely amazing, because normally it is a couple of laps. Which is, to be honest, it just shows how good the Bentley rules end up. Hi, Banky. Bentley rules. I mean, there's been issues with the Bentley, but it's not through it's not the Bentley's fault. As again, Simon Peake, quite reluctantly, I'd probably say, lets that BMW by and up, and then only a lap down. We're on 241 laps. I don't. The Bentley used to be my go-to, but they did. KUNOS did things to it, and it's just spoiled it. It's just absolutely spoiled it. So anybody slugging that Bentley, that Boatley around this track, well done. Yeah, we're going to take a look a little bit further down the field once again. That seems to be where the action is, but it does seem to be all level at peace at the moment. Nothing really too exciting happening. A couple of back markers getting past. Everything circulating quite nicely. So we are going to catch up with our current race leader. And that is Leonardo Porco, doing a lot of driving today. I think I've seen only one other person in this car this evening. Currently going up against 656 NSX. So yeah, Porco is... What distance are they actually? Where's the next car? Where's the 444? So there are only 2 cars on the lead lap. Bentley is the only right-hand drive car in the game. Not even the Mclaren is right-hand drive. So yeah, there are only 2 cars on the lead lap. That is our race leader on your screens now, the number 3, and the 444. The number 3 has been lapped, so they will all be other than the first 2 cars, they will all be a lap down, as the 444 does come somewhere across the line. Now, he says, you know, we can't see the 444. Oh no, the 444's in the final sector. Never mind. Yeah, I mean the thing with ACC is it does get updated with like new balance of power to reflect the the changes in the real series, so they just try and keep it as accurate as they can within the restrictions of the game engine that they use, which I believe is Unreal Engine 4, if I'm not mistaken. Which is quite nice. But yeah, so a couple of cars making their final pit stops, as I believe the 203 is making inroads. I think the 69 Honda's just pitted, and 203 is up into 19th place. How the hell? Our race leader is making his final stop. The 888, has that stopped on track? No, it's in the pits, but it's causing a yellow flag. I don't understand. We have seen it happen in previous seasons of the Endurance Championship. It is sad to see a car just go so far and then just have one issue so close to the end. Possibly a disconnect. That is entirely possible. It does happen. It has happened. There was a car that was leading a race for quite a while and they disconnected. I think they lost. I think they still finished in the top 5. That's how far the field was out. But yeah, it was a sad sight to see. So, our race leader has made their final pit stop as we come into the final hour of this 9-hour race at Paul Ricard, and I'm joined once again by a friendly face who anyone who watching the race since the start, as the BMW barrels by, is Christian from our commentary team, a new addition to our commentary team for this season, I believe.
Yep. Hello, I'm back for some help for the final hour. As you were doing 5 hours alone, I thought that maybe it was a bit of a stretch, so I thought maybe helping a bit for the last hour would have been helpful.
Yeah, I mean, someone did make me food before, so I had to kind of shut up and go and get some food, go and get the food before it went stone cold. But you'll be happy to know the car you've been tracking, the number 7, has been making leaps and bounds from the 14th, as they make their final pit stop of the race as well.
Number 7 currently in 26th, and honestly, I'll be honest, I think they have been the most, how to tell it, they had some difficult moments, for sure. They were fighting for the top lead, and then everything fall apart, but they didn't give up in anything, and they are now back on track. At least they are trying to get back on track, which is remarkable considering that a lot of them that had some difficulties have just quitted and called it a day. They instead have thought that maybe it was worth a try to give as much as possible, even considering all the problems and difficulties they have encountered.
Yeah, it's definitely something we did see in, especially last season as well. There were a couple of, there were a few more issues with disconnects. There was one team, it was the SIMSOK guys. Oh, they had a torrid race. I think they had, someone's PC crashed. They had a disconnect. Someone's power went out, and they still kept going. Like, they just kept going and kept going and kept going, and it's like, if that...
The universe was basically throwing at them rocks.
Because it's a fact of, like, their sister car is still running. If they're running, we're running, and if we finish the race, that's great. Which is, especially if you're doing, like, long races, if it's an hour, and it's going to take, if you lose quite a considerable amount of time, it is a toss-up. But if you've got 9 hours, it's just like, just keep going, because you never know what will happen. Just keep going.
It's a bit the fundamental basis of endurance races, like in the 24-hour of Le Mans. Just to pick an example, you can literally, well, for a more example, in Assetto Corsa, there is the 24-hour Spa that certain communities are putting up.
Yeah, I did one of those.
And the fundamental basis is that everything that happens, whichever thing happens, you just keep going, because the real challenge is just to make the 24-hour. And it's... I still have to make one. I'm probably doing one, but I'm still, everything is on the table. And it's looking at the races, because I'm basically I'm a huge fan of endurance racing. I've started seeing the WEC for some years, the 24-hour Spa, the 24-hour Le Mans, the different endurances. Baffles still nothing, because it's impossible for me to look it at, considering they are in Australia, and it will be like, yes, I can't wait to see the race at 4 AM. So it's the only one that really misses it from my notebook. But the fundamental basis of endurance is just keep going, and it's beautiful to see when there are like cars with the whole rear end completely off, duct tape, and call it that works perfectly.
You would be surprised
so some duct tape,
how
and
many uses duct tape has. It's like a fair few of my friends and myself were catching up with the 24 Hours of Spa this year, and we were all watching it. A few of my mates went to the race, which was nice. I'm going next year.
I'm going probably the
it's just like
next year.
I don't know how much they must have pallets and pallets of duct tape to be. I wish there was an option in ACC. It's just like, don't fix it, just duct tape it. At like 2 seconds, duct tape. And as Mr. Langford from SPQR says, we are into the final hour of the first race, which is...
Yes, we are featuring in final hour.
Yeah, it's always nice to see. There's a slow BMW, however, running through onto the Mistral Straight.
I think it's the number 7. No, it was a silver, so it was the number 7. It was 999? No? 77?
No.
153? 153. Okay, well, it was 143. Currently in 50. Oh, good evening. Considering Paul Ricard is Paul Ricard, the drive-thru are still coming by, and 25 Ferrari has a penalty.
Yeah, the draft crews have been coming hard and fast for the last few hours, but no, nothing from the stewards for a while, so that's quite nice. But yeah, to be honest, drive track limits at Paul Ricard is very, very easy to do. The track is very wide, but it's also effective if you're pushing. It's very easy to make one tiny mistake and then end up outside of the track limits, and you get a track limit warning. It's one of the tracks where it's very easy to pick it up for not doing much.
Have you raced in Kota?
I refuse to. I've tried the track. So for anyone who's a little bit out of the loop for SEC, the final round we have is in Indianapolis. It's one of the new tracks from the GT America pack. And that also includes Circuit in the Americas and Watkins Glen, my personal favourite from that track.
Watkins Glen is the best track.
So fun.
Best track.
Indianapolis I'm not too much of a fan of in GT3. And then Kota, no thank you.
No.
I've driven it, I refuse to race on it. It's horrible. Like,
anyone
who's a fan of Pilota, but
I like Kota. It's beautiful. It's a phenomenal track.
I just hate it.
Okay, it's beautiful. First sector, you have.
That is a very damaged BMW. That is a That's a blue bit. We're following the 69 now, chasing down the 920. There's a BMW. It's blue. 777 BMW's got a FD whack on its front.
No, in my view, no. They are perfectly fine.
Oh, it might just be my end then. Okay.
It's okay. Basically, it happened even to me. One of the cars was damaged, and they repaired the car in the pits, but it was still showing me the car being damaged. So possibly it is an old damage, and it's not yet.
There's very small bugs in ACC, and it happens. I just wish it.
But keeping talking about the fact that you are wrong.
Watkins. Alton, really?
Alton is wrong to exist. That's right, but not Kota. Kota is great.
I will disagree with you on that. Snetterton.
Okay, well, no one likes Snetterton. Come on.
Exactly. So if you think any British track is bad, so say, oh, I don't like Silverstone, I don't like Donington, I don't like Alton. It's like, oh, they're all crap. It's like one word: Snetterton.
No one likes
Alton's okay. Alton's okay, but it's not amazing.
It's not made for racing.
Like, I can do Donington, like Silverstone, easy. That's just easy. That's like bread and butter. I can do that. Donington is a little bit more challenging, which is what I find fun. Alton Park. Can I show the front?
The problem about Alton Park is that it's just bumpy.
Okay. I was just like, the front of what? Ooh, the 127. 127's caught the 28.
I'm looking at it since like it has been, I think, 2 or 3 laps. They are one after the other.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it's like everyone's saying the Ferrari's bad, but like
the Ferrari is bad. It's bad for just a reason.
It's been really good in the corners. It's like, yeah, they lose a bit of it on the straight, but there's 2 in the top 6. So it's
because you need to set up it. The problem is that I can do it because there is too much to set up. But if you are able to set up the car, you're flying with it. You're really flying with it. The problem is doing the setup, and I just can't. There are 50 anti-roll bar settings, and
the Ferrari's not a favourite of a lot of people, which is why you only see about 2 or 3 in this race. And the rest of them are either Astons, BMWs, or Audis. Because,
it's like the Porsche.
The Porsche's an interesting one. The Porsche.
No one picks them, not because they are slow, but because they are difficult. Too difficult for some.
The thing is, the Porsche. Oh, the 28 is coming into the pits for its final pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see where the final pit stops roll out when everything's done. because I think the top two is separated by 9.6 seconds. As the 112 is also catching the other Ferrari in this race. The 500, the Forza Italia guys are just absolutely phenomenal. Like they've been solid every single season, and they always have a really nice livery. It's like every single season they always have something really, really nice, and it's great.
I am battled about it because I can say who I prefer the most between the two of them, because there is the 500 Italian team, and on a Ferrari they have made an astonishing amount of places during the race, and I'll be honest, they didn't keep it clean, but they made the passes.
Yeah.
The 112 had a massive incident in the middle of the race. They were down like 15 positions from where they were, so basically from P6 from P8 to P23, something like that. And they just didn't give up, and even after the car was basically to be thrown out of the window and forgetting about it, they just repaired it, some duct tape, and kept going. Now they are about to face top 5. And
yeah, I mean, they do have a bit of a challenge though, because the Forza Italia guys are solid. I think they only had like a couple of bad races last season, and even then they still did relatively well in the field. So they love the Ferrari. They know how to set it up, and they know how to drive it like really, really nicely. Which is that's the thing. It's like the Ferrari is difficult to set up. The Porsche is fine, but the less fuel you have, the more risks you'll end up taking. BMW, overall, the new one's really nicely balanced. They're probably a little bit too powerful on the top end of the rev limit. Mclaren, extraordinarily slippy in a straight line. New Audi, not sure about because I haven't really driven it. Honda is an absolute monster in a straight line. That's something we figured out last season at Laguna Seca. Just absolutely ripped away.
For you asking, I'm main Audi. I love the car. I love the feeling about it. I love everything about the Audi. Unfortunately, it's been nerfed in the last update, so I'm basically crying in a corner and hoping for the best for the next update. Yeah. But basically, I've always been main Audi with some variation to the Mercedes, maybe the Bentley, Mercedes, but I've always returned to the Audi. To let you understand...
Sorry, I've just seen someone said in chat, Porsche, if it's not trying to kill you, you didn't set it up right. I mean, you're not wrong.
It's basically, yes, it's the Porsche philosophy. It's actually the Porsche philosophy. But yeah, the Audi is basically the same way as the Porsche. The problem is that the Porsche is even worse, but the Audi, there are two ways to drive it. You either set up it correctly and give 100% every time, and you're basically hoping on the wheel that the car won't snap oversteer on you, so you are like every single corner, please don't die, please stay with me, because otherwise you just go face onto a wall, and because yes, you don't even know why, you just go into a wall. That's it. Because the Audi is basically a bull. You can't control the Audi. It's the Audi that is controlling you. I always say it.
Ben Langford always mained the M4. What would be a good car to try if you want to change? The 2022 M4. If you've mained the BMW, there's nothing that's gonna be a similar comparison. Everything else will feel really, really weird. Especially if it's because the old one was the M6. So if it's the new one, the steering on every single other car will seem so light to you, and it's just like probably the one I'd probably say is the Aston is probably your best bet. That's probably the most level one that you could get through. McLaren too happy on the back end if you stick your foot down too much. Lamborghini's the same issue. Porsche, to drive it fast, you have to basically make it try and kill you. Mercedes, if you don't try and drive it fast enough, you'll either end up doing Tokyo drifts or you will end up spinning. What else do we have? Ferrari, not too bad. Very tricky to set up. The Honda, crap everywhere else, great in a straight line. Bentley, bot to hell, so it's not very nice anymore. What else am I missing?
But actually, the Mercedes, in my opinion, it just goes straight.
It's good on a straight, but like I've tried it around Spa. It's like it's difficult. Like if you want to drive it fast, you have to drift it around Puon, which is not fun. Like you're doing about 150 miles an hour into Puon, and the last thing you want to be doing is opposite lock to straighten your car. It's like, no thank you. Bentley the ultimate car. I used to agree with that, but then they bopped it to hell, and now it's not so good. If they bop it and make it better again, I will agree with you. But it's just been horrible since they massacred it. They massacred the boat.
Yeah, the Bentley is having an hard time for now. It has been nerfed. There has been I've seen the log. It's written minor nerf, and I don't think it was minor. I definitely think it was a major nerf.
It definitely wasn't. Everyone agreed it got massacred. It's like, you call this a minor bop, what's a major bop? Like no.
Major. I've seen that major has been basically the Audi has been nuked in terms of
yeah, the Audi got nuked. The BMW got nuked in its first bop update. It was stupid powerful, and then they nuked it, and then they fixed it, and then they broke it again, and they fixed it again. It's merely lying in wait like a crocodile. Oh.
Well, it's a giant rock, so it's a bit difficult to not be seen in the Bentley.
The only thing with the Bentley is, like, the Bentley's probably the only other comparison to a BMW in the fact that you can just chomp a curb and be fine. Oh, that Aston Martin's going for a dive on the inside of the 28, even though the 28's a lot further ahead. But it's trying to catch the BMW ahead. Oh, 15-second penalty. The first report in a long time, 20-second time penalty for this car number 69.
Oh, 500 is off! 500 is off! We were talking about them, and now they are off track. MP5.
The 500. Oh. I'm not saying anything, chat's gonna get mad at me. Oh,
you were, you literally, seconds ago you were saying Forza Italia are doing so good. Proceed to spin.
Yeah, we're gonna skip over that, it's fine. It's fine.
It's your fault.
It's fine. It's fine. It happens we always curse someone. Like me, Tim, Tetra, Betty K, we always curse someone. Like, it happens. It's like,
no, I think it's basically, it's mandatory that the commentator has to curse someone. Like the second they say, oh, they're doing great, proceed to have a drive-through.
The thing is, everyone's doing great. That's the thing. Everyone's doing really good this time. Like there's been hardly any reports. Like last season, the first race, are flooded with reports. I'm pretty sure. It was just.
No, it's been pretty clean.
Yeah, it's been relatively clean. It's not been squeaky clean, but it's been relatively clean. There's been a couple of taps here and there, like trading paint a little bit. It's like, I like your livery, you like mine. But like nothing. No one's been able to kill anyone really. It's not been too bad, which is quite nice. Also, it's nice to hear that you finished your last stint, Aldred. Right. Yeah, they need to do like a 2022 pack, because the Artura's coming to the new season, the new McLaren Artura. I really wanted. Oh, what was it? I forgot. Road America. I wanted Road America. I didn't want Indianapolis. I like, if it was Indianapolis, do the good track, not the rubbish one they've put on.
No, in GT World Challenge America they are using that one. The non-infield one is being used in it's been used in NASCAR with some questionable results.
Oh yeah, I think we all saw that. That was
the curb being removed mid-race because it was causing incidents. It was phenomenal to be seen.
Yeah, that's because NASCAR's not supposed to have suspension. It's literally just set on just like pillars of steel, and it's like, okay, there you go.
I still remember seeing it in live because I was seeing it at like it was 2 a.m. and I was looking at people taking a track, taking the curb literally away from the track. I was like, what am I seeing?
Yeah.
Why?
A lot of people did hope for Road America. Yeah, we all wanted Road America, and then they added Indianapolis, like the rubbish layout, and then Coa I was excited for, and then I drove it, and now I'm not excited for it anymore. Meanwhile, on track, the 42 McLaren of Marcus Icon is very slowly catching the number 7 BMW of Trafka, who is currently in P13 as the number 5 BMW makes its final stop of the evening, as do a couple of other cars further down the field. Where's Urs? Where's he? He's doing Urs's car, Go Racing 999, currently being driven by Harrison Graffin. And then the 888 Lexus is behind it. It's always nice to check in with the higher ups team, because I think we might get into a bit of trouble if we do.
I didn't really understand what happened to the 42 because I was looking at the race, and then they went into the pits and they stayed into the pit for 2 laps. So I'm not really sure what happened to them, because
I mean I've got 2 cars listed as being in position 34. And 2 cars being listed in position.
Ooh, the Aston is making a move.
Yeah, it's looking up the inside. Who's gonna win out of this one? I think the Aston's got the legs. Oh, Aston.
No, I made it. Maybe.
It's got to keep it through that. What I've found is like any cars that overtake in the fast right hander tend to screw up the this long sweeping right, and they always run wide. But now that looks pretty much job done for the Aston there. I think that's them into P13 and away. Although they do have the leader about a corner behind them. What lap are we on? We're on lap 254. We ain't getting to 300. It was a nice.
Oh wait, the Aston has to pit. So it was mostly unusual overtaking a certain way.
I think it was more pride than anything. It's like, I don't care if I'm pitting, I'm gonna overtake you. Because at the end of the day, if they still have to pit, they can slow them down a little bit and try and gain something off that. But run wide for pride.
Actually, I was happy that it wasn't Road America, to be honest, because I come from the Project Cars 2 era.
Okay, if you're gonna mention Project Cars and any track saying it's rubbish, you play Project Cars 2. That's nothing compared to ACC. That's like going from Mario Kart to actually going to a karting track. It's like, where's my mushroom?
No, it's just because Road America was. Well, actually, I like Road America, but I have a bit of good memories around Indianapolis. So I was like between the two. I know both of them, so it's not a problem. In fact, when American DLC came out, everyone was like, "Oh no, I don't know the track," and I was like, "That's my boy," because I did hours in American.
I loved it at the start. It's just like, what is this? Like, it is a sharp and a very sharp 90-degree right turn with the pit exit in the stupidest place ever. Like it literally feeds you.
Oh no! Oh no!
Like
42 drive-through. If it wasn't bad enough, they had even a drive-through for track limits in the final hour.
Fires a shell. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there are mods for like AC where you can do stuff like that. It's ridiculous. I wouldn't be surprised if there were. There's questionable mods for Assetto Corsa. None of which
Now,
none of
the second
which
chapter
I
has
can- none of which I can
to go
mention
out.
on here. None of which I can mention on here because they're quite bad. Now you know what kind of friends I have who I go racing with. They send me questionable mods for Assetto Corsa. But yeah, it's quite a it's been quite a nice race, to be fair. It was a very clean start. I was expecting like 1 or 2 hits at the first turn, first lap, but you know, it was all very nice and clean. Which is a good thing. I mean, I'm not saying you're all crap. Like, do better, like push more and try and cause a crash. That's not what I'm saying. But like the past few seasons, there has been at least one incident on lap 1 for someone, and just nothing. It was all nice and clean. It's just like, it's so nice to see. I'm like Patrick Starr, like looking at ice cream, just like, oh, it's brilliant.
No, I try to cover as much action as possible. So
Yeah, I mean,
I may have missed someone dive bombing someone else into the shadow dimension.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, there's certain things that help us like try and skip between the cars and things like that. But like they're not the smoothest thing. It's like Kuno's made this thing where you can just change between cars and cameras and things, and it's just like, it's very clunky and breaks sometimes. Like it will sometimes break. It'll break pit wall will break it. You have to restart. So you have to restart the game. You have to restart the game. It's just horrible. Sometimes it's horrible. So I can actually go in for an absolute dive bomb, and on a McLaren that they're not even racing. I think they're going to breeze past this this 888 Lexus. Which what is that on the top?
I think there's been an incident between 728 and 22. Ooh, big one actually. The 22 has apparently forgot to brake or something, because the 728 has been completely sent into the shadow dimension, and now they even have a drive-through. So not the best of the situation for them.
They got plowed off the track, man. Yeah, I mean, it does happen, to be fair, unfortunately. It is quite unfortunate with how it occurs, but yeah, sometimes it's. I mean, especially, I hate to say this, but especially at Paul Ricard, people can get ambitious, especially into turn 1. That's the 2 places that it happens the most are turn 1 and turn 8, so after the long straight, because people will just get ambitious and it'll be like they'll back out, I've got this, and then they don't, and then it's literally just like Pikachu face. It's like, yeah, I mean, sometimes it can get a bit silly, but it is one of those things where it's just a fact of you don't try, you don't know. But sometimes they do get a bit silly, and it's just like, you probably shouldn't have done that, to be honest. But you know. Meanwhile, that 888 Lexus is still ahead of the 17. Karimba Bimba! Yes! Oh, I wonder where these guys were. Oh, I love these guys because they have one of the best names. Because I love saying Karimba Bimba. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just me, but I absolutely love saying that. I love saying it last season. I'm really happy that they're back. And I've only just noticed. Sinolta's back as well. He's a familiar face. Who's he racing for? Beastwax! Yes! See, now I'm noticing all the teams from last season, but they're not driving the cars from last season, so I can't find them. Castro's another one. Yeah, I've just been going through the guys from like last season, and it's just. Oh, where's Beaver Grease? Beaver Grease not racing this season. Oh, that's a shame. Unless they've changed the name, which they might have done. Yeah, sorry, I just went completely off page there. The excitement of seeing a team name.
yeah, it's just like some of the ones that like they were. I think they were a few fan favorites, and I do know there were a couple of commentators' favorites because they always did put on a show. Beeswax and Karim Bimba, they were great last season, so it is nice to see them back. Sorry, I just went. Yes, I'm geeking out. Okay, I've been doing this for 3 seasons. I like seeing teams that return because it's really nice. That, and they always have interesting liveries as well. I think Beaver Grease from last season, they literally just had a beaver on the top of a Bentley. It was great. Just a massive beaver on top of a Bentley. It was amazing. There was one that had a Refreshers car. Yeah, they had a Refreshers livery. I think that was I think it was the other Beaver Grease car. Oh, it was brilliant. It's like, the thing is, it's like, I'll ask Tim about this. He's like, what was his favourite scene from like last season? And he's like, are they racing? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, it's weird. It's like Donaldson I recognise. Victoria's Secret, which I screwed up so many times last season, are racing again. Simon Beek's back. He has changed his team name because he wasn't racing for Small PP last year. Let's be. What's that? I'm trying to think now. I might need some filler while I have a look at the message that Urs has sent me. Okay, so SPQ with Hill last season. Oh no, it was Small PP. Oh, I know what he's done. Okay. Ez, why? Why did you do this to me?
Ooh, there is a bit of a fight going on. P33 and P44. Connected Out is trying to get into the Lexus. The Lexus with the...
Yeah.
with a livery.
Yeah, Takanashi, yeah. Takanashi from Bimba.
The Lexus livery is one of the... What am I looking at? I don't know how many logos are there on the Lexus. Like, everything is wrong with it. There is the DHL logo literally in the middle of of the overwheel. Which is definitely one of the liveries.
Yeah. It's there are always, I said this earlier, there are always like there's a couple of like liveries that do stand out. It's like there was one of them last season. It literally had on the back chasing the Lexus in the Audi. That's your pack. Your pack, remember? Yes. Yes. Dark remember. Totally not commentator's favouritism there. But no, there was one of them where it was a brilliant livery, and then on the back it said, on the bumper, it was a Porsche, and it said, in Comic Sans, graphic design is my passion. It was like, some of the funny things you may find on some of the liveries is brilliant, and that's what I love about looking through them, as they do have the race leader, as we enter the final half an hour of this race. Is that 170 is still chasing... wait, I've clicked on the wrong number, haven't I? No? Have I? Maybe? No, my timing screen is just updated. Right, back to Grimber. Because they are currently... they're only 7% off.
I think also that some liveries makes some races, like you tend to remember some races maybe even for a livery that you saw sometime.
I mean, that's it. It's like there was one that there was a one from last season, the H7K. They had N7. Oh no. No, their team was actually N7, so like in the style of Mass Effect. So that stuck with us. Beaver Grease, PCDC always had a nice livery. There was I think it was it Beeswax that had the Refreshers livery? They literally just had a Bentley painted up like a Refreshers bar. It was great. What else was there? I'm trying to remember now. Is that the pastel puke H888? It's not pastel puke, it's colourful. It's unique. I'm going to have a look at it later though, because I want to see if there's anything that I can pull the other commentators up on. It's like, have a look at that so you can see this.
I think the 42 is on a mission because they just made the fastest lap of the race. Just to take the 2 points away.
Okay, so it's gone from a 154.440 to a 153.342. That takes some doing.
So yeah, well, they were already fast, so I think this just proves that they had the race car to fight for the lead. Just that something afforded happened in the middle.
There was a solid goal Ferrari last season. You're correct. I think Urs has updated all the things. He didn't like archive them and didn't make new sheets. He just overwrit them, so I can't see any of the old ones. But yeah, some of the liveries last season were great. So it's nice to see them when they're in the sunlight because you can have a look at them more. But I mean, it's especially nice when especially when you get to like the 10-12 hours. Especially if you are commentating solo, it is something that keeps it fresh. I do know that because I ended up doing a Spa commentary. I think it was Spa, solo for 7-8 hours. So I think Tim managed to pop in for about half an hour just to give me a bit of respite. But yeah, that was quite grueling to do. So I'm hoping I don't get put in that situation again. But if I do, I'll be asking for backup this time. Because I had to go and get food. So I was literally.
The Audi on the overtake. The 17 is about to overtake the Lexus with the worst possible livery in the world.
Hey, live alone. Live alone. It's not the worst livery. Do you know how much, have you seen the template for the livery, for the designs for these cars?
Oh, I don't want. I really don't.
Getting them pixel perfect is a task.
I do liveries. I do liveries.
And it's like, I fully appreciate everything. I mean, it's quite a unique livery, and I do want to look at it more. Which I guess is kind of the point. Just like it's got quite a lot going on, so you look at it more to try and figure it out, which is quite nice. Yeah, that Audi's on a mission right now.
No, I do livery, so I can understand the frustration of getting the pixel correctly, but even about being a meme, I think they put whoever makes the livery at least personally. Each time I make a livery, I put 100% into every single detail. So I can understand even by putting a meme, they are trying the best to get every single pixel correctly alienated with every single other pixel. Meanwhile, I think P2728 is about to spark because the BMW tried inside on the Porsche.
Oh, it's
not really.
The Porsches had really good battles. Oh, it's the 969 as well.
Both of them were way higher in the standing.
Yeah, they have, I think the 969 had a couple of issues. I think because it did drop back quite a lot. Possibly like damage or a puncture or something. Because they did drop back quite a lot. So I'm not sure. The number 8. I'm not 100% sure. I think he had a really good start, but I think some of the faster drivers have come out for the night. But yeah, I don't expect this to be. I'll be honest. I don't expect this to be a competition because just the BMW is just an absolute monster of a vehicle at the minute.
Yeah, the Porsche team is the same that made a double overtake on the outside on the straight.
He's trying to go up the inside. Porsche's not having any of it. It gets the inside. That BMW gone very wide.
Told ya.
Oh.
Don't underestimate the Porsche.
Oh, and that BMW cuts across to make sure they don't go on the inside. That was very, very good. That was very well done by both drivers. It looks like the 969 got a little bit of a better exit there, so they'll be happy to be running there. I recognise Celtic Bromance are back. I remember, yeah, 177. I recognise them. Yeah, I thought I recognised them. So this is where I'm just gonna start going through cars now. Right, let's check it with where's the 17? Have they made it past the AAA yet? No, they haven't. Still struggling to get past that Lexus. As we are into the final 25 minutes of the race. So for anyone who is new to the format, who's joining us for season 3 for the first time, there will be once the race is finished, we'll be asking the top 3 from each, ideally each split. So the way ACC classes it, I know AOR classes it different. So the Pro, Silver, and Am racers. Hello, Igor. Welcome, sir. 55. I recognise your name because I know you've been driving. 5 for P14. It's very close. Oh, you're against an NSX. That's a bit unfair.
Ooh, the Aston makes it on the outside, possibly. Yeah, the Aston made it on the outside of the Honda.
Ooh,
they made another position.
I was wondering if it was going to be a fact they fight back during they fight back on the second part of that. But yeah, it is always nice to see. It's always nice to see returning faces. It is good to see you, Igor. I hope you've had a good race. You've had a bit mixed fortune.
Oh, there is a yellow flag. 177 is off track. P29.
Oh, Celtic Bromance, come on! I mentioned you for once. I mentioned you once, and come on. You're a returning team. Come on. They do have a really nice livery. They had a really nice one last season. There were quite a few details, and it was like it was really nice. P18 has that 20-second time penalty to serve, likely to be served now at the end of the race. Our race leader is on lap 265 and is in the lead by about 11.5 seconds. So it looks like they have pulled out a little bit of a lead. Leonardo Porco has been driving a lot tonight. I think, is there only 2 of them in that car? Possibly. that Audi's still trying to catch. He's the closest gap we've got at the minute. In this race is 9/10 between Karim Babender and the 888. Ooh, that was just within the realms of being within track limits.
You know, I think it seems wait. It seems that I can't speak.
It's interesting to. I know what you're trying to say. It's interesting to
see, okay, that P8 and P9 is about to get back again on sort of fighting because Raven is actually losing some. Oh, Bennett is off. Bennett has been off track for a short moment. And considering that Alan is actually chasing him, I think he just lost half a second, luckily, so nothing too much of a problem. But he went slightly off track while I was looking at him. But I was saying that Madel and Raven are about to get on a fight for P8 because Raven.
Currently on board with the 991.
Sorry, what?
Currently on board with the 991.
Ah, okay. Because Raven has lapped in the 56.4 and Madel behind him on 991 has lapped
7 tenths
8 times
quicker.
faster. No, yeah, 7. Okay, I can't do math. 7 times quicker. So I think Medal wants the position on the silver driver. It will stay in P1, whatever happens.
Yeah, I mean it does. You know, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything to do with like a car's performance, because it seems in the past half an hour, whenever I've said something's happened. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut about that. I'm going to say that it is that the gap is now down to a half second between the BMW and the Ferrari. So the grunt of the BMW definitely helping close that gap up, but they do still need to keep it. That was very good on the brake. The BMW is really nice on the brakes. Yes, I know it's commentator's curse, that's why I'm keeping my mouth shut on it. But yeah, that is not 5 tenths anymore. So when we come across the next timing line, I'm expecting like 3 tenths. Buff, keep it. I hate that corner. It's off camber and it's just horrible, that one. It's horrible to get right, but very easy to get wrong.
A lot of people will tell you that the whole track is wrong, but
it's not the worst track. It's not the worst track, to be honest.
No, I'll be honest. I don't love it. I don't like it. I don't hate it.
I like it. I don't love it.
No,
like I said, there are worse tracks.
Oh, there are worse track like Alton Park.
Oh, I mean, the thing is, like, the perfect way to punish someone like me is to basically say you have to do a race, and you either get to choose from Snetterton or Mount Panorama.
Hey, why?
For which one?
Mount Panorama. No one likes Snetterton, obviously.
Have you driven it?
Yeah.
You are about a millisecond away from face planting a concrete wall.
That's the neat part.
That's the part that makes it real.
Mount Panorama is one of the tracks where I perform the better.
I
perform better.
I can do okay at it, but like I genuinely hate it. Like it's just awful. It's just like, if you try and catch anyone, there's only like one place you can do it, and that's like going down towards the final like left, like 90 left, 90 right, before the final corner. That's literally it.
There is another place, and I did it, so I can say it.
I'm sorry, I agree with Simony in the chat. I agree with that. Literally, like, you make one, like, okay, you make a tiny mistake here, you run a little bit wide. You make a tiny mistake at Mount Panorama, half your car is dead. That's
True.
not fun. Constantly being on edge, ready to, like, run to the bathroom to clean yourself is not how I want to spend a race.
Well, there is also the 12 hour of that very track, so...
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do an hour of it.
Oh, wait, Penalties is in the pits.
Fastest
No,
lap.
I think they, yeah,
Fastest
I
lap.
think they are going for the fastest lap.
I mean, they don't have anything to lose. At this point, there's 15 minutes left. Honestly, they're not going to catch the leader. They don't have enough time on tyres. So it's a lot better for them to. Very nice move for the 991 on the 28, by the way. Passing the 888 as well. They're lapped cars, Simeon. So they kind of. Oh, that was very wide. That was wide.
Yeah, I think the 28 really is on a rush to take back the BMW. So they are doing whatever they can to get back.
Yeah, so they overtook the 28, but the 28 is not lending it lightly. But yeah, the 444, they're not going to catch the lead. They don't have anything to lose because the next car is a lap down. So going for the fastest lap, it does make sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of like Ferrari tried to do at the Belgian Grand Prix in Formula 1 until they screwed it up. Oh, that Ferrari's getting very wily on its rear end. Those tyres are not happy. But yeah, this is probably like one of the more exciting parts because this is where like a lot of hours of just like hammering in lap times comes to bear through, because in the last half an hour, like a few people start catching up with others, like tyres start going off, lighter fuel means you faster car. If you're a lot more comfortable with lighter fuel, then it can work wonders for you, and especially if you are in a in a slipstream, it's monumental, and it is a lot of fun. Car 13, they didn't hold it for a lot of the race. It was with car number 444 Pro. It was first with car number 13.
No, 13 managed to keep it for like 3 hours. And then the 444.
And then it was the number 3, and then it was
number 3. Number 54 and now 42.
And now the 42. And then possibly gonna be the 444 again. We'll have to see.
Yeah, likely. It's likely going to be like this. I'm looking at a bit of battles.
Give it a lap or two, and this should be. I'm going to keep an eye on their lap times, but I am going to keep on board with the 20 and the 991.
No, I was looking at the gap, and the two battles going on are ironically the only battles that really don't matter in terms of position, because both Golds and the wheel spin are about to make an overtake, but in the end it's going to be completely useless for the standings. Like
they have a 20-second time penalty.
Yes, there is a 20-second in the middle.
This is where those time penalties really come to hurt, especially if you haven't got any pit stops left. Like, this is where they hurt a lot. It's like Golds in the 22 Aston. They have a 20-second time penalty. They may drop to 7th yet.
Thing is that it's effectively the 22 has been the penalty is because of the small incident that I mentioned before. Like I've seen it in this very corner is about to appear. I think it's turn number 3. The 22. It seemed like they forgot to brake and they just destroyed the 728 out of the board.
I mean, sometimes if you are focusing on a car, you genuinely miss. I've done it myself. You just miss your braking points. You slam the brakes on, but it's way too late.
That's why the 20-second penalty have come by.
Going to send it. No, we're not going to. No, Simeon, we're not going to wish anything on anyone. You're joking. Oh, that 20-second time penalty came through in the last few minutes for the 22, involving car 728, 20-second time penalty, and 2 license points. There's a lot of license points racking up today, and there's 3 more rounds of this. Like, there's a lot of things that can't, like, psychic. Okay, what are oh, I probably should. I was gonna say what are the lottery numbers for tomorrow, but it's a Sunday, so there's no.
Oh, there is actually a battle for position.
In
25th position.
Oh, would you look at that? The triple four got the fastest lap by 1:54.150. Who could have guessed? A McLaren on low fuel, brand new tyres. Yeah, okay. That's like putting the ultra softs on or the hyper softs in F1 and just be like, it's good for a lap. And they can genuinely just go they could just go as fast as they want now. They could genuinely just go
we tend to go definitely.
But yeah, the 22 is probably going to end up in 7th at this rate, unless they can really pull their finger out and get some really fast lap times in. It's questionable as to whether they'll finish in the top 6.
Number 1 is lapping 55.1, so I highly doubt that the 22 can make some position. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the 189, and there has been some close calls between the two of them, because they are chasing one after the other for position. The 170 is the defending.
Oh, there we go. Oh, onto the back straight. The Mercedes should have the better edge on this. Powerball, what's the Powerball? You mean Thunderball? That's a James Bond film as well. Anyway, like, this is the 12-hour race is a killers. At some point, like there's about 3 of us in the commentary box, and we just start talking about random stuff, and then something happens, and it's like, oh look! It's just yeah. I need to have a look at that 170 livery as well. There's men on it, and I want to see. I can't see what that is, so I need to have a look at that in the showroom later.
Oh, they already taken inside.
Switches, turns to the outside. Can the Mercedes? Oh, the Mercedes is gone. That was very well done by both of them to not hit. That was very nice. That Mercedes is already buggered off. Dear Lord.
Well, the Mercedes has this little but huge skill in having a very low tire hungriness, as I like to call it, but tire degradation in that car is really low on the Mercedes, and the Mercedes is one of the cars that you really want for an endurance because it's fairly good on fuel, very good on tires. It's stable.
The Mercedes good on fuel.
Well, it's not the best.
What engine?
But
I was just gonna say, it's like you said the Mercedes got on fuel. What engine map have you got it in? 12. The Mercedes is horrible on fuel.
But I just short shift a lot.
Oh, okay. So
If you short shift just enough, apparently you can save up to half a liter per lap.
Yeah, but by short shifting, you lose lap time. So what would you rather do? Lose lap time?
Not a lot. Not a lot, because actually the Mercedes has.
It depends how much you bring the engine out and how much you go for it. Like.
No, because when I was using it, I wasn't pushing until the rev limiter. I was pushing just before, and it made a huge difference in lap times, about 1/10. But on fuel, it was phenomenal how much I could save. Even by using map 2 sometimes, you can in map 2, for example, in map 2 you can just lose 2/10, 3/10, and still gain nearly half a liter per lap. So
yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, the thing is, in a race like this, like you don't really need to save fuel because you're pitting every hour, so.
No, okay, obviously not.
The fuel lasts an hour anyway. It's normally like in the last stint that fuel conservation is more important. But in regards to what you said, Simi, and times getting bald, I mean, especially like with the gaps that exist at the moment, there's like it's a fact of they need to be conservative, because it's a fact of either we finish the race here, or we try something ambitious and finish the race 3 places back. What would we rather do? It's at this point they already know what they're going to do. I mean, this Audi can probably keep up with the Lexus quite easily, and it is just a fact of it'll come down to circumstance and like the right opportunity. All the Audi can do on this one is just keep close to the Lexus, and then just keep an eye for the I think that's the 13 by, and tuck in straight back in, because that will have to go very quickly. I mean, the thing is, it's like it would be ambitious, yes. I mean, to call it stupid, it'd be unfair, because I mean, the thing is, it's one more position. You do think about overtaking, you do think about like moves like that, but it's a fact of it's not a stupid move. It just needs to be timed well, and you can have bad timing, but then you can just be exactly points to points. But then you can just have like there is a different realm for there's ambitious overtake like attempts. And then there's just stupid ones where people come from like 5 miles back and just try and brake for the corner, and then just absolutely bottle it and hit about 3 other people. That's at a point when it was just completely stupid. Ones that are just a little bit where they spin themselves out by pushing a little bit too much, it's silly, but I wouldn't say it's stupid. It's just a little bit more ambition over adhesion. So I wouldn't specifically say that it's stupid. First, Oh! Leader's got 3 track limit warnings. They've just been in the chat. Oh, oh God. That's I mean, the triple eight just needs to keep a level head, and they will finish perfectly fine. It's the 17 that would need to do something about it, because at the minute the triple eight's got track position. So
Ooh, there is the Mercedes back again. The one in 189. They are back making overtakes. Apparently they are using the whole car until the very last moment, because they are making another overtake on the car number 48 Race Anywhere.
Yeah, just switched to that. Currently overtaking a Bentley.
Bentley on the inside with the Mercedes on the outside. Maybe there is... Okay, no.
It's gonna be wide.
Oh, a bit of a touch.
Yeah,
And more than a touch.
Yeah. That's the perfect example of... Oh, that was right in front of the leader as well. That could have gone very bad. That could have gone very wrong. He has been looking, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's ambitious, but sometimes you just need to have a go, which sometimes ends up like that. And then sometimes it ends up with both cars being pretty much taken out and having God knows how much damage. And yeah, it's there is a fine line between it being ambitious and then it being stupid. It is hard to call, and like sometimes it is genuinely unfair to say that it's stupid, but because, especially when you compare it against other things where it's like that was just plain stupid. It's like dive bombs into this final corner, don't do it.
No, it's also maybe your team saying it's the last laps, do whatever you can.
So there's about 2 laps left.
So with the mentality that do whatever you can in the last laps. Oh, side by side.
Contact, you see that? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, more contact. Oh, there's more. Oh, a spin. Oh, there is a spin there.
Yeah, the 17 went off. Yeah, the
17 currently off track.
Yeah, the 17's back on track, but yeah, it's the thing. It's like they had the opportunity, and it was just the fact of that was just unlucky. It wasn't stupid. It wasn't over ambitious, because they had the overall the better top speed. It's just they lost out. The good news for them is they didn't lose any more positions.
Oh, still the battle going on between the Bentley and the Mercedes too. They both wants to make some places. Apparently, neither of them wants to give up the position.
Let's go on board with the Mercedes then.
Still no contact between the two of them, but
Mercedes
one is
round the
pro, one
outside.
is they want a
Mercedes has a
silver.
look around the outside. Bentley keeps him well in check and keeps that door firmly shut. That Merc is looking.
I really think the overtake will happen in the next couple of seconds nowadays, because there is not much.
Yeah, they are approaching the final lap of the race, which means we are also approaching the final lap of the race. So, just while we do watch this play out into turn 1, I hope you all have enjoyed the race today, both from commentary from myself and Christian, and I believe Tetra joined you early today as well. We will be back on the 15th of next month for Suzuka, which should be an event in itself, because yeah, Suzuka's just an interesting circuit. But yeah, if you want to know any information about anything going on with AOR, so paint up it's not down to me. But yeah, so anything you want to know, anything that's going on at AOR, the link to the Discord is, I believe, in the description, as are links to the 2 sponsors who have made not just previous seasons of the Endurance Championship, but this one possible as well. Driver 61 and SIMSOK. A link to SIMSOK is down below, and then Driver 61, you can get 25% off a consultation fee and a free coaching session as the Mercedes and Bentley make contact. This is perfect. Oh, the 189's gone.
Oh, more than a contact. Oh, there is a spin.
Yeah.
The Mercedes is nearly off.
Yeah, the Mercedes decided to do a drift instead. Anyway, talking about Driver 61, driver training. You can get a free coaching session as well if you use code Driver61 AOR. But again, all the details of that are in the description below.
Fights are still going on because the car number 5 and 203 are still battling for a position for top 20.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the 203. They dropped off because they were in the top 10 for quite a while. That's easy move.
Yeah, easy move.
That Audi's just been.
I think the BMW has some fuel issues. Meanwhile, the race has.
Oh
yeah. Reuter is without fuel for concluding the race. I think
so.
He has lost another position.
That is it. Our race winner, Leonardo Poco and the Virtual Racing Team. We will be hoping to get them in the commentary box for a little chat. Just about their race as well. We are going to watch the second place car currently, who also does still hold the fastest lap of the race, across the line as well. And then we'll see if we can get the winning silver car and the winning bronze car as well. So that's been quite an eventful race, and it has been quite nice to watch, as well as the 444 Mclaren does come across the line to complete what's been quite an interesting 9 hours. So there is still action going on track. So I think the last car around will be the number 1. The number 1 NSX. So I do believe at some point us will ask them very. There's no Discord command in here, I'm afraid. It is all in the description. Just because there are a few commentators that do run it, so we do swap over just to give the others a break and let them chill out. So trying to get a bot working for everyone is quite interesting, just because of the way the streams are set up. So we always put the information in the description below, but that is it. It is all over. So we will try and get our winning set in as we keep an eye on our winning car, which is the number 3. So it's firstly a great race for everybody. It's been absolutely fantastic. You can't find the link. I will have a look to see if I can find it just while we wait for I believe us to ask a few people to do a very kind thing for us.
No, this was the sprint race. Now this comes the real race.
It's not a Discord. Okay, so it's the website. My apologies. The link to the website is in the description. I'm used to saying Discords and things like that. I do apologise. But yeah, so the link to the AOR, where you can find all the information, including, hopefully, a link to the Discord, is in the description below, as well as the AOR socials, so you can always find details about any races, leagues, and obviously events such as this. But yeah, we may have a couple of people knocking about the commentary booth very, very soon. I'm just going to wait to see what Urs has to say on the matter. Because he is Lord of all. He's Lord Urs. So, we'll see what we'll see if it comes through with. Yeah, it's been a. Oh, hello. You are clearly, you are going. Goodbye. Well, that's always fun to deal with. Thank you very much for that very, very poignant view, ACC. Very much appreciated. which also means that we will now be switching to this screen.
You don't love to see the BMW headlights in the middle of your face.
Yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. I'm just going to see if I can tag us. Just to see what his plans are. But yes, so I'm just going to I can now come out of ACC just because I've asked us exactly what's going on to make sure that we have to make sure we wrap it up in the way that they would like. No, okay, so there is a change this season actually, which is quite it's news to me. There's what I've been told is that we're not having interviews today. I will get more information from us. We'll ask them about that a little bit later on. Anyway, so that is it for us for today. Thank you everyone for watching, especially if you've been with us for all 9 hours. That is definitely an achievement. Unfortunately, I don't have an achievement on Steam to give you. I am sorry. I will try and speak to Valve. Or speak to Valve, I don't know anyone. But yeah, you can find us next time on the 15th of the 10th. It is there on your screens now for the 8 hours of Suzuka. So you can catch, you'll definitely catch myself. I'm pretty sure Christian will be joining us again for that one. Am I correct?
Possibly, yeah. If Amateur Light doesn't come into my home, yes, it's very possible.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, you will find the I'm sure you'll find the regular folks knocking about the commentary booth every now and again for what should be another interesting race. So I'd like to thank everybody for watching today. Christian, thank you for your commentary earlier today and joining me later on. And hopefully we will see you all very, very soon.